All right, welcome to the April 15th work session, our 5 o'clock session. I appreciate everybody coming today. This is a very full agenda, a lot of very fun and important things for us to discuss. So with that, we'll move very quickly into things. Ms. Jones, Deputy City Clerk, for those of y'all that don't know. Ms. Holly Jones, I know y'all have met her before. If not, introduce yourself tonight. Ms. Jones, if you would conduct a roll call.
Mayor Gaylor.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews.
Present.
Councilwoman Jones.
Present.
Councilman Boyette.
Present.
Councilwoman Taylor.
Present.
Councilwoman Weeks.
Present.
Councilman White.
Present. All right, thank you. Next, we have adoption of the agenda. There are a few tweaks that I want to make to this. So I would ask council, make some notes as I go down this list. First of all, under presentations at our 7 o'clock session, we'll actually be recognizing the Goldsboro High School wrestling team this evening. So item F, instead of the men's basketball team, will be the wrestling team. On the consent agenda, having spoken to council, I know that this is something that is going to warrant extra discussion. Items S and T, they are both temporary street closures. I know that there's already been a request to move those to items requiring individual action. So items S and T move out of the consent agenda into items requiring individual action. There's a duplicate, which is just a typo that I did not catch earlier. Under X, items requiring individual action, the Park East Economic Development Agreement. We're going to discuss that during our 5 o'clock session under 5I, so we don't need that on there twice. So please remove the item Z that is there. Let's see. We're adding, let's go. We're adding item T, is that correct? For the water reclamation facility expansion recommendation? Mr. Livingston?
If you want to, Mayor, it's up to you. You can have a consent agenda or you can have it on items requiring individual action.
We'll leave it where it is. We're perfectly fine with that. So with that, if we could amend the agenda.
I make a motion, Mr. Mayor, that we amend the agenda as presented.
All right, motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, motion has been made and seconded to amend the agenda as discussed. All in favor, please raise your hands. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion as amended passes. So we will move forward with the amended agenda. All right, first thing on the agenda under old business, this one will be somewhat brief, a parking update. As everyone public is already aware, the moratorium is slated to go to the end of May, and we did publicly say that we wanted to make sure that we were able to give the public as much notice of any changes, anything that was going to happen. So if there are any changes, I would just ask council, go back to your constituents, go back if you have any edits to the ordinance, comments, or questions, please make sure that you get with Matt, Laura, or myself, and let's make sure that we have a full product or proposal that we can vote on at the first meeting in May. There's not an actual edited version in front of us. I'm just keeping it as a reminder up here to make sure that it does not slip through unintentionally. So there's no other discussion or edits to present on that one this evening. We'll just keep moving next. So, Ms. Jones, we have 2 committee reports. The first will be the Goldsboro Mayor's Youth Council. Do we have the chair and the vice chair present?
Vice Chair.
Vice chair, please come forward. Thank you so much, and guide us on what the council's been doing.
Okay. The clicker. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Gabriella Carsquillo. I am the current vice chair of the Goldsboro Mayor's Youth Council, and we just want to thank you for allowing us to be here and present to you guys some things that we've done over these past few months. Let's see. Oh, my name, Gabriella Carsquillo. I currently attend Wayne Early Middle College High School, and I am in the 11th grade. So we've done a lot this year, and we would love to share with you guys. Starting off with September, we had our introduction meeting And this is where our parents will come in and get to know what us as students will be doing over the year. We also had a color run that we sent out to the GYCM members, and we had one member attend. This was the beginning, so we weren't really super into what we were doing for the majority of the year, but it was really great that one of our students got to participate in this activity, and I believe he's here today. Yes, he's over there. So October was when we really got into some of the fun stuff, and we got to do the trunk or treat at Odom Farms. A lot of our students came out and participated in different volunteer activities like face painting, helping with the petting zoo, helping conduct the mini train rides, the tractor hay rides, concessions and tickets. This was just a super fun time to get to know each other, fellowship, as well as getting to network with the community and just help out and represent Goldsboro Mayor's Youth Council. Let's see. So November is probably one of my favorite volunteer activities. This is the Downtown Lights Up. We have pictures, we help with pictures with Santa, reindeer food, arts and crafts, hot chocolate. This is also another great way that we just get to help support a volunteer activity that our town hosts. And so, let's see. So December we had the bunny loveys at the library. This was a very hands-on activity. We all got together and we created the bunny loveys. We were cutting up pieces. We were placing different things in the bags. And it also was great to see what our community is doing in terms of the library. And I think Mayor Gaylor, he came out and talked for a little bit at this meeting as well. So January, this is one of my favorite meetings. We get together and we do some team building activities. This is where we get to fellowship, to get to know each other a little better. This was hosted by the W.A. Foster Center. And Miss Lee who is the recreation superintendent with Parks and Recs, hosted this event. We got together, we were mixed up into different teams. We had to get out of our little niches and get to know each other a little better. And then February, this was a pretty big month for us. I think about 10 of our members got the opportunity to go to Concord. Yes, it was in Concord, and they hosted the State Youth Council, and so they got to know a whole bunch of different other councils from all over North Carolina, and it was another great opportunity for them to get together over the weekend and get to know each other a little bit better. February, we celebrated Valentine's Day a little bit. This was another hands-on activity where we made cards for Kitty Askins. We got to design them and all of that fun stuff. And then we had two of our members, as well as Miss Anaya and Mr. Bradley, hand deliver the cards to Kitty Askins. And that was a very rewarding moment for them to just hand deliver cards to people that are in immediate hospice care. And so then March was the Fill the Theater with United Way. We donated different bags of food, and we filled the theater. And Miss Anaya and they both helped out with this. I believe she is with the State Youth Council. And so then April, we hosted a career fair. This was where different students in our Goldsboro City Youth Council, Mayor's Youth Council got together, and they got to see some different career opportunities that are here locally, as well as branching out a little bit further from Wayne County. We had the president of the Wayne County Development Alliance come and speak, as well as the admissions recruiter from Wayne Community College. So upcoming, we have our May elections and June awards. The elections will take place in May. Myself and the rest of the committee will have to run again for the election. We try to keep it as similar to a regular election as it will be, so we all get up and we campaign, we give a speech, and then the rest of the people in the council will cast their ballots and go in a separate room and vote for whoever they would like to be our next chair, vice chair, secretary, and parliamentary. So then, lastly, we just want to thank every one of our guest speakers that came out this year. One of the best parts about Mayor's Youth Council is the fact that we do get to know different community leaders, and we get to know different community outreaches that are around our county. So that is all we have for you. I do thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
Council, any comments or questions or feedback?
Thank you.
Yes, thank
I
you.
want to say this, y'all have done an awesome job, and good luck in your campaign. As
Thank you.
fun and painful as that process can be, no matter the scale. And thank you as well.
Yes. Lastly, I would like to just take the time to thank all of our council members that are here to support myself and the council as well. So if they will stand up. That is all. Thank you.
Thank
Can you, before you sit down, do you mind introducing your council and sharing their names?
Okay, so this is, I'm
And
sorry.
it's okay to ask them
Yeah.
to say
Yes.
their names and what school they go to.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
If y'all will just go down the line.
Oliver Thomas, I'm a senior at Wayne Christian School. I'm Smith St. Gerald, I'm from Lanesville, Indiana.
I'm actually Elizabeth Harrison, I'm from Williams College.
I'm Joe Barnes, and I'm a freshman at Wayne Christian.
I'm Judith Samuel, and I'm a sophomore at Winter. I'm Margaret Ann Barber, and I'm a freshman in homeschool.
Thank you for coming. Right. Thank you so much. Next, we'll move to a report from the Mayor's Committee for Persons with Disabilities. Ms. Beacon, if you're here. And thank you for making time to come tonight. I know this is a little bit of a change the way we're doing things. I just think it's so important that the public hear from these appointed committees. It's such good work.
Well, we thank you so much, Mayor Gaylor and council members. Thank you for taking this time to hear from us tonight. My name is Wanda Beckton. I am the current chair of the committee. And just to give you a little bit of background about who we are and what we do, we are a committee that plans, conducts, publicizes activities designed to promote the well-being of people with disabilities. Our membership is composed of 16 members, which makes us one of your largest committees. So we're kind of proud about that. What do we do? Our goals are to promote the establishment and improvement of rehabilitation, recreational facilities in our community. We support and promote legislation that advocates for issues of interest for people who have disabilities, and we advise the City Council about goals, recommendations, and activities from our committee. You can see there a list of activities that we are involved with, and I'll go through each one individually if that's okay. First and foremost, we want to educate our community, and so we take every opportunity available to educate the public on various topics concerning or related to disability awareness. We have included information, educational material into the City of Goldsboro's newsletter. Many of our members have spoken at various civic organizations. You can see there New Hope Ruritan Club, Sunrise Kiwanis, Rotary Club. I had the opportunity to speak at New Hope Ruritan Club specifically about hearing and visual impairments, especially in our young children. We maintain a Facebook page, so we're trying to keep up with social media. And we like to place on our page updates concerning various awareness days and local activities. But you can see some of the other topics that we like to include: autism awareness, traumatic brain injury is another that we have shared information about. We also want to support efforts that are already underway. Two things in particular that I would call your attention to is A Night to Shine, which is sponsored by the Tim Tebow Foundation. This is a prom night for our individuals who have special needs and disabilities. And so we enjoy supporting that group by volunteering at the event itself and also providing any other supports we can. We also were made aware of the National Veterans Wheelchair Games. One of our members, Mr. Johnny Holland, made us aware of that. And so we definitely will be making plans to support that even more in the future. One of our biggest events, and one that we're looking forward to coming up very shortly, is our annual Hal K. Plunk Disability Walk. This annual walk is to raise awareness, advocacy, and to celebrate those that are living with disabilities. The walk is one of our largest events, as I mentioned. We engage hundreds of attendees and volunteers. Last year, our 26th walk was probably one of our largest to date, with over 350 participants, and that's the ones that we could actually count. There were plenty more that were there that we probably didn't get registered. Our next walk will be on May the 1st. It'll start at 10 o'clock down here at the hub. We'll walk a couple of blocks down to City Hall, turn around, and we're inviting anybody and everybody to come and line the streets of Center Street to cheer on our participants. You can see some pictures. This year our theme will be superheroes. Together we're stronger.
Before you leave that slide, about what time?
The walk itself will start at 10 o'clock. So folks will start arriving anywhere between 9 and 9:30. Yeah. Hope to see you all there. The other event that is pretty much a big deal for us is our annual awards banquet. This is where we recognize community and nominated persons and businesses that have either overcome their disability or have gone through the extra mile to serve or to work with people who have disabilities. It highlights our National Disability Employment Awareness and Inclusion Month, which is usually in October. Some of the categories here, you can see the Mayor's Trophy, of course. Sanja Emerson was the recipient of that award last year. Employee of the Year, Pierre Protz, one of our members, was the recipient of that award. The Employer of the Year, Committee Member of the Year, and Pierre was Committee Member of the Year, and Most Accessible Business. And so we solicit nominations from our community, individuals, our committee members, and then those are voted on by the members. Some of the current initiatives that we're looking at right now include sidewalk safety. We had one of our members recently on her way to one of our meetings to stumble over some uneven surfacing here, almost fell. So it brought to our attention that we might need to share this. And then several weeks after that, I had a personal experience myself. My husband's aunt was here visiting one of the offices down by the courthouse and tripped, and she was not so fortunate. She did not catch herself. She fell face first and ended up in the emergency room with a broken nose. So I think this might be something, if you would, to pay a little bit more attention to. We have plenty of folks who have visual impairments and have to really negotiate carefully when they walk, especially on uneven surfaces. The other initiative that we were made aware of is the fact that we need adult changing tables in some of our businesses, especially the larger department stores or whatnot. Our children fit fine on the changing tables in most, but these children grow up to be adults, and they need access to those services as well, or those accommodations as well. So we will be working diligently with a group of moms who have started this initiative. So just want to keep that in the back of your mind as we move forward with that. And then finally, something that we have been working on for a few years now is inclusivity for playgrounds. We are spearheading fundraising initiatives. We have been able to secure some funding through grants and whatnot, donations, to look at the area at North End Park so that we can hopefully afford to include an adaptive playground in that area. And so we've got a little ways to go with that. You know, playground equipment nowadays is quite expensive, and when you look at adaptive playground equipment, it almost doubles the cost. So we want to continue to work diligently with that effort so that we can have another area for our children, our older children, and even adults to enjoy being outside and being included in activities such as this. We meet the third Thursday of every month from 12 to 1, right here in this conference room, as a matter of fact. Ex officio Brandy Matthews is there on our committee, and we appreciate all of her input and insight to us. As I mentioned, we do try to keep up with social media, so please follow us on Facebook, like and share, and all that other thing, all the other stuff that they tell you to do when you're looking at Facebook pages. And with that, I thank you for your time and attention, and would like to entertain any questions or comments you might have at this time.
Council, any comments, questions, feedback?
I do, Ms. Beckman.
Please.
I have 2 questions for
Okay.
you. Number 1, is there a 501c3 nonprofit established where individuals could donate towards that playground?
501c3 where they can donate.
Towards that playground
Through the
equipment?
play-
I'm just
toward the
wondering,
playground.
has a 501c3 been established
You
for that?
can, to me, the department, and on the memo line, the Mayor's Committee for Persons with Disabilities, that for the playground. We've received donations from other organizations. Ms. Wanda.
You can make tax advantage gifts that go directly through the city. There's not a separate
Okay.
501c3 private arm that's been set up, although
Okay. There are letters that were, have they been distributed? Okay, there are letters to that effect that we'd like to share with you.
Is it just one or is there 2?
Is there one or two? There's
the
just
mayor and
one.
council for the sidewalk.
Oh, for the side, this is for the sidewalk. Yes, this is the letter that we, our council, or our committee established.
Ms. Beckman, while she's passing
Yes.
those out, I'll go ahead with my next question.
Okay,
As
thank
far
you.
as the information on that playground equipment and the cost, does your committee have any kind of letter developed or anything that we could circulate to other agencies? to
We were able to,
participate?
we were able to get estimates for that. I don't know if we have anything available that we can, I don't know if we have anything readily available to share. We don't have tonight, but we probably could.
Councilwoman Weeks, we started the process that way initially, but kind of retracted, 'cause we really should be putting out a bid for an official and formal quote for what the playground and the equipment would cost.
And then the last question, can you tell me the cost of an adult changing table, a roundabout cost of an adult changing table?
I do not know.
So Mayor Pro Tem kind of did that work for us. She initiated this topic and introduced it to the committee. So she recently and shared at our last meeting kind of what an average price would be for one of those.
Okay, I'll get with her.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
I do. Thank you, Ms. Wanda.
Okay, thank you.
To the committee for everything you guys do, but I wanted to encourage you to stay just a little while longer, because in a few minutes, we're gonna be talking about streets and sidewalks.
That's
So
wonderful.
You can
Thank you,
hang
sir.
out for just a little bit longer.
I sure will. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? All right, hearing none, perfect. We'll keep moving. We'll move over to new business, 5D, Jams Out Juneteenth event and request, Curtis Media. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Council, for having us this evening. My name is Karyana Taylor, professionally known as KT, but I go by either or, Karyana or KT. I will answer to both. Today we are presenting for our annual Jams Out Juneteenth Festival. This technically would be our 4th year, but if we would have done it with COVID years, it would be our 6th festival. But of course, COVID happened and in conjunction with the city, we decided to, you know, kind of lay waste to it for a little bit, but we are returning. Last year was our second year in downtown Goldsboro, so we're super excited. This year we are looking at the tentative date of June 15th at the Hub in downtown Goldsboro. So of course we do have up the slide on what is Juneteenth. It is the Independence Day, or Day of Freedom, as many like to call it, to commemorate the holiday, Juneteenth, June 19th, 1865. Of course, that was the date that they announced the abolishment of slavery. Well, that was the date that it reached Texas, shall I say. And we want to celebrate it in order to commemorate that holiday and continue the legacy of it. So we have been enjoying doing this every year. And just a sample of some things that we do. This was a picture from last year. This looks like it was towards the end of the festival, but you can see we lined the streets with tent vendors. And on the other side, we do have a kids zone that's over there, and then we have performances at the Hub, and we do have some food trucks that's over there. Before we get into that, I do just want to talk about typically the rundown of the festival. We typically open up the gates a little early so people could do a little shopping first with the vendors, and then we do a celebration kickoff and things of that sort. And it has been absolutely amazing to partner with the city on that. But I'm going to pass this on to Lisa so she can get into what we're here for today.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us today. And we are very excited to bring back Juneteenth again. As KT said, this would have been our 6th annual, but we are on 4th, and we have so many great things planned. As we go down, can you move to this slide right here?
Okay, yes.
Yeah,
I'll take over that slide. I'm sorry.
Right
Okay.
That's okay.
And so typically this is sort of kind of the rundown of some things that we do during the festival. So last year we tried to partner with the Arts Council, but we know that it was a little movement within inside of the Arts Council and trying to get a new space and things of that sort. So hopefully we'll be able to revisit that this year. We have in the past partnered with the Wayne County Museum as well, the Paramount Theater, and typically we have community members come out, and last year my little sister did the Pledge of Allegiance. So, you know, try to involve everybody to come out. And then, of course, we would like to invite you all to come out and speak during the festival. It's so great for our community to be able to see your faces, the ones who are behind supporting this. And we have musical acts and things of that sort.
Okay. So as you know, that this type of event requires a lot of support from whether it's businesses in our community. It involves a lot of money. It also involves a lot of resources to pull off something like this. So one of the things that we wanted to go down and say that we've submitted our application for use of the Hub. The date is going to be on Saturday, June the 15th. We're going to open the event at 3 o'clock and it's go through 8 o'clock p.m. that evening. And we also wanted to reserve a little bit of time ahead so that we can have everyone set up between the hours of 12 noon and 2 p.m. We are requesting from the city of Goldsboro the use of the Hub. We also will need electrical outlets that line the streets. It's pretty much where those lights are strung on the trees. We need that. The electricity at the Hub. Police coverage during the event, fire department on site during the event, trash services, delivery and removal, and Center Street closure from Chestnut to Pine. We're not asking for the entire street, we are asking for a small partial. And the reason that we are asking for that street closure is because we've partnered with Goldsboro Pediatric Dentistry and Orthodontics each year. And prior to us moving our event downtown, they have always hosted their annual customer, well, I would say customer appreciation, yeah, but for all of their patients, they have an appreciation event. But they also tied it into a Juneteenth event at the same time. So through a collaboration with us and that business, we've expanded their event, rolled it into our event, and now we use the vacant lot next to Well Traveled Beer as a play area or the kids zone with lots of inflatables. So if you'll imagine, when you come down here to GBDO, the Hub, and then across the street, we have a movement, and the street vendors, a movement of people between the two sides of the street. So the street closure is to keep them safe and to allow us space to set up the tent vendors. Theoretically, yes, we could put tent vendors in the hub. I'm sure that's a question in some of your minds. But with the kids zone being across the street, we want to be able to move people safely in that triangle from one business to the other. So the value, this is the exact, when you look at that slide, is that, yeah. When you look at, that's about a $4,500 value in services that you provide to our event. But in exchange for that, I want to go back one slide. We will trade out services that Curtis Media can provide. We've got multiple genres of music, from hip-hop R&B to gospel, country, classic hits, and Goldsboro Daily News. We're able to provide trade for you. When we've done that in the past, I'll give you an example of what we did last year for the city. This one right here. There we go. For the trade that you provided for us in resources, we were able to implement some advertising campaigns for the city to promote Choice Neighborhood Plan event, the Community Shred event, the 2023 Fall Festival, applications for city and board or commissions, the MLK event, and I believe that's all that we did last year. That it uses up pretty quickly because, you know, it's not cheap to advertise. So we're happy to continue that sponsorship, or that if the city will agree to provide those resources to us again, we're happy to continue that trade partnership. So what we're asking for in that, you want to go to that next slide? There we go. At a $6,500 sponsorship level, we're asking for $4,500 in trade services for everything that I outlined above, and then the $1,500 cash investment. Breaking down so I don't read every line to you, that would equal a 3-month advertising campaign on Goldsboro Daily News. It doesn't have to be used all sequentially together. You can break it up for advertising needs. And then also a total of 600 radio ads to promote any of the events that you see coming forth. And typically we work with Felicia and LaToya from the city of Goldsboro to spotlight what's important to the city at that time. Okay.
I think that is good.
Yeah.
We greatly appreciate, and one thing I do want to say, and I get this question a lot, last year I did partner with a Goldsboro native NFL player at the moment, Jaron Reed, and we decided that we actually started the events the same exact year, 2019. So Juneteenth was in Herman Park. He started the football camp over at Goldsboro High School that year, and we decided that last year we were going to partner. Some people do look at these as one event. Technically it is not, but he did come out, and he also had other NFL stars come out as well, so they can be part of the event to continue to boost the morale around the event. So yes, he will be back this year, same weekend, and we're excited to do that. But we've had so many questions, people asking if he is coming back, but he will be, and that'll be a total separate thing, but we're excited. And we greatly appreciate you having us here today.
Do you have any questions for us?
Council, as we get into questions, I just want to point out, so y'all know, the $1,500 was already budgeted, is already part of the budget for that particular department, so it's not coming out of fund balance. It was a planned expense as such. Do we actually need a motion, or is it just I guess we'd have to do a motion to not do it, right?
Well, there's a closing of the street issue, and that's been something that's been a
Well,
little bit.
but that'll have to be a separate application, because
Okay.
that's not in front of us right now.
You
It's the
don't have to have a
sponsorship.
motion, but it might just provide clarity for everybody.
Okay. So, council, any comments or questions?
Lisa, I don't have an issue with that, but I just have a couple questions that I had wrote down. The vendors, will you guys be charging the vendors?
We do charge for that.
You do charge for the vendors? Okay. But you guys take care of the facilitation of the event and everything? Your group kind of oversees that?
We do.
Okay.
And Councilman Weeks, I would like to, or Councilwoman, I'm sorry, Weeks, I would like to say also
That's fine.
that we do take care of that. But I'm just gonna be very transparent and let you all know, I couldn't do it without Felicia. I mean, she's amazing and her team is amazing, so, and the city staff that you all have provided, from fire department, from, public works, to just the multiple people that we have to deal with. They're not only a great group of people to work with in what they do day in and day out, but they're pleasant and they're just a joy to work with. So I appreciate you lending those resources to us. And I just wanted to, like I said, give a shout out to those people because the folks that help us, because they're fantastic and we couldn't do it without them.
There'll be, next question I wrote down, there'll be other opportunities, financial opportunities for other people to partner with you as well?
Absolutely. We're actually in the process of getting those, but we wanted to make sure we could secure the space first and get city council approval before we actually started pushing that hard.
Council, any other questions? Before I send that, Ms. Weeks, does that conclude your questions? Anybody else? Hearing none, let's do a vote so that we do have the official on the record of the city council, voting to sponsor the event at the terms outlined in the presentation. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to sponsor the event per the terms outlined in the presentation.
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded to sponsor the event. Is there any further discussion?
Just a quick.
Yeah, I was gonna,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Pro
Just
Tem,
a
and
quick
then
thing.
Councilman White.
I in full support of Juneteenth, absolutely, hands down. But I do want us to consider that because we have the discussion about street closures, and they are requesting a street closure, that wouldn't be included in this motion, and I don't think that we should make that motion right now until that discussion has been hashed out and we have something in place so that everybody's on the same page as we start closing streets.
They still have to do the actual application for the street closure.
Right. The motion was on the terms that were presented, and unfortunately,
Was
there
it part
is
of-
a street closure in that
Okay.
request.
So then the financial terms is what I was referring to, but I understand the ambiguity. The 4,500 and the 1,500 is what I specifically was referring to. So if it's okay, I would like to, I'm gonna need someone else to do it because obviously I can't make the motion. So I would like to amend the motion to sponsor the event at a $1,500 cash outlay to receive a $4,500 in-kind, or provide $4,500 of in-kind support. Is that the correct math?
Correct.
Did I hear that correctly?
I would amend or make my motion to that amended statement.
Okay.
And after we get to discussion, after Councilmember White speaks, I'd like to make a comment.
Okay. So then,
Do you?
And there's,
We're
yes,
still
and I'm
in-
second.
sure, and we're still in, we're very much still in the discussion stage on the primary and now the secondary motion. So let's first resolve the secondary motion, which is the motion to amend. Are you cool with this, or you just wanted to do the withdrawal?
I just simply do withdrawal of his primary
Okay.
motion,
Yeah.
and then make a new motion. So
All
he
right.
can withdraw it, it's not been voted on and seconded, discussion's not ended, so he
Okay.
has the right to withdraw it, and then somebody make a new motion.
All right. I wasn't sure how far down the parliamentary process we wanted to go down, or if you just wanted me to say, no, save Holly's fingers and just withdraw. So, Councilman, do you mind
Yes,
withdrawing?
I will withdraw my motion.
All right, so with that, we will, that motion is withdrawn. We will or I would like to entertain a motion to, do you mind going back to the slide that had the actual financial terms up there? Go back down one more. It was the one that had 1,500 and 4,500, right?
It was the real detailed slide.
It was.
Yeah, go
I'm
back to
sorry.
that one.
Actually, they gave five.
There it is.
There we go.
Actually, they gave
5,000?
in-kind.
That's actually, I think, are you looking for the street closure?
No, that one right there.
This one here, okay.
It's in the thing.
Okay, so with that, and again, there will still be discussion before this is voted on, but to get a motion on the floor, I would entertain a motion to support the Juneteenth event at a $1,500 cash and a $4,500 in-kind contribution, period.
Yes.
So moved.
All right, motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? And Councilmember White, you did have the floor after.
I just got a question. I know last year you did a $5,000 in kind. Just wondering why we went down to 4,500.
We gave the resources, I had asked Felicia Williams to outline exactly what those resources would cost. If we were to purchase them, it was $4,500, we gave $5,000.
Right.
So actually, we gained $500 extra dollars in there.
Does that satisfy your question?
I answered it.
Okay. All right. Any, Councilman Boyle?
Yeah, I was just gonna make a comment, because it should be the appropriate time regarding the parking component, or I'm sorry, the street closure component of this request. And I have made this comment multiple times along the path that we're on with figuring this out. This is specifically the kind of request that I think is completely appropriate and in order for street closings, because it's a public event for the public good, just like that we're going to hear discussions on the item S and T that was removed, which is Center Street Jam, city-sponsored event. These kind of things are what we need to be closing a street for. To me, no questions asked per se. So I was okay with taking a vote on the first motion that was put forth, but I'm absolutely okay with this, so we can discuss it again at the appropriate time. But I'll just go on record to say that, again, this is the type of street closures that I think should be just not an issue, just like the two that we're going to hear later on that we're going to speak on separately. I just want to make that comment, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you.
I agree.
I'm glad.
I would like to go on the record that I agree.
Well, this might be throwing a monkey wrench in the works,
Please
if I may,
don't.
Mr. Mayor. Does that, under those circumstances, do we need to go back to the first motion, or you don't want to leave it like that's your
No, 'cause we
choice?
still have to actually have the formal process of doing the paperwork. for
And the
that, so-
application has been submitted,
Right.
so, yeah.
It's just got to get
Sure.
through its appropriate channels.
Well,
And
good.
so,
I didn't put a monkey wrench in it.
despite your best efforts. So with that, there's a motion on the table to sponsor the Jams Out Juneteenth event at the financial terms of $4,500 of trade value, $1,500 in cash. Motion has been made, motion has been seconded. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we
Does
do
that
hope
mean-
that all of you will join us on that day.
That was going to be
Yeah.
my question. Does that mean that you guys also agreed to come out that day to speak? If not, it's okay. But thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right, next is item 5E, it's the stormwater control measures cost increase engineering.
Sorry. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I hope everybody's got their caffeine with them, because we about to talk about stormwater, and it's going to get kind of, everybody's going to get glazy-eyed here in a few minutes. But so what are SCM? Stormwater control measures got their start because of stormwater runoff. That's precipitation that flows across driveways, building rooftops, lawns, streets, parking lots, construction sites, and industrial storage yards. Stormwater runoff is bad because as water flows across these surfaces, it picks up pollutants along the way. SCMs are permanent structural devices that are designed, constructed, and maintained to remove pollutants from stormwater runoff before the water reaches our streams and drinking water supplies. It got started in 1990. The EPA founded the Phase 1 National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System Permit, the NPDES regulations for stormwater discharges. Phase 1 covered larger municipalities, municipal sewer systems serving a population of 250,000 or more. Phase 2 of EPA's stormwater rule made its debut in '99, and it was focused on smaller municipalities and polluted stormwater runoff. This rule is where the city had to monitor our construction sites, illicit discharges in our waterways. Stony Creek and Big Ditch are the two that we have to look after. Phase 2 required each permitted small MS4, which includes Goldsboro, to develop a written stormwater management program that describes in detail how it will comply with the NPDES permit requirements for each of the 6 minimum stormwater control measures. There were 6 at the time. There's a lot more now, but the City of Goldsboro Stormwater Management Plan is located for public viewing on the Engineering Department's website. So what happens when a plan is submitted for site plan review through the Planning Department? The TRC, the Technical Review Committee, reviews the plans. Engineering Department makes any necessary comments on all utilities, including the stormwater control measures. Our staff civil engineer will go through all calculations submitted with the site plan to make sure that they have met all state requirements according to the NPDES permit. Once construction starts, engineer will make daily site visits to all construction sites to ensure the SEMs are being built to the design approved during the site plan review process. Once construction of the site is complete, a certificate of occupancy is requested. Engineer will make one last site visit and make a punch list if one is needed. Engineer will not sign off on the punch list we will not sign off until the punch list is complete. A copy of the access easement, operation and maintenance agreement, and the engineer certification has been recorded at the courthouse. After construction, so once construction is completed, engineering will wait the period of a year to get the SEM on our regular inspection schedule. As part of the Neuse River rules created by the state in 1999, we are required to perform these SEM inspections annually. We've got over 300 and something in the city, so we have to do each one yearly. Our staff construction inspector will go out and make a walk around the SEM, inspecting the outlet structure, look for erosion, animal burrows, etc. There's a long list of things we have to look for. Once the inspection is complete, he'll come into the office, type up the inspection report. If there are any major issues, he'll also type a letter detailing what's wrong with the stormwater control measure and give a time frame of 6 months to get it completed. After the inspector's completed the report and letter, if applicable, it is handed off to our property technician who handles the billing side of it and sends out the bills. So these next 2 slides are just kind of outline how stormwater management is different from the stormwater utility, the $4.75 that's on the utility bill. So when you have an inspection of SEMs and illicit discharge connections to the Big Ditch and Stony Creek, plus the reduction of nitrogen to the Neuse River by controlling stormwater runoff, that's stormwater management. Maintenance and management of the city's existing infrastructure, plus reduced flooding, that's stormwater utility. Cleaning out catch basins, fixing, pipe that's failed or something like that. That all is in the stormwater utility. So raising the inspection fee. As part of the 23-24 budget year, engineering was asked to review all fees. SEM inspection fee hasn't changed since we started inspecting SEMs in 2001. It was $100 at the time. When thinking about a new rate, I called around other municipalities to see what their rates are. Only one other municipality close to us does their inspections, and that was in Garner. They have somebody on staff that does their own inspections. Us and Garner are the only 2 that do it. I started cold calling around to other inspection companies to see what their current rates were, and I was told by all 5 companies that their rate starts at $500, and that's easily maintained. I mean, it's a dry pond, probably 2 foot deep. That's the easiest as it gets. With staff costs on the inspections, writing letters, and sending out the bills, our cost for each SEM is approximately $415. After some discussion at the time, we decided to change our fee from $100 to $350. If you have multiple SEMs, it's an additional $50 after the $350. So we have a couple places that have multiple. We got 3 or 4, so it'll be $350 for one, and then $50 for every one after that. So some options. We can continue doing them the way we've been doing them. That's viable, but the SEMs take a lot of time, a lot of valuable engineering time, which with the sheer amount of construction work going on in the city right now, it takes our presence away from these projects. Owners of the SEMs could get their own inspections completed by a private company. If they do this, we will need to get copies of the reports. We have to have those as part of our MS4 permit. We got to turn all that information in every year. Owners of SEMs could send one of their own employees to get trained and certified to perform these inspections. That's probably the cheapest cost. That's about $150 to take the class at NC State. It's about a day and a half class. Just go in, learn about the wonderful world of stormwater, and you either pass or fail. So that's pretty much the quick and dirty.
I'm going to start. Thank you for this, by the way. And if you would go back one slide. Let me see if that's the one I'm looking at. Go back one more. Okay. So the note that only one other municipality close to us inspects SCMs. So if they're not doing the inspections themselves.
Correct.
But each one is required to be inspected. And
Correct.
We're required to put it on the sheet. How are they getting copies of the report so they can do their own reporting? How are they administering?
Yes, I'm not sure how they are getting the reports, but I know that the ones that I've talked to, they sent out a letter, they detailed everything out, told them what needed to be done, and I guess it's working for them. I didn't go into detail exactly how they got it done because I was calling around a bunch of places, but that was pretty much the gist of it.
So if we, the city, elected to just simply get out of this, which we could do, each of the folks that are currently having to have their stuff inspected is either A, going to need to go get certified to do it themselves.
Correct.
Or hire a private company. It's going to be $500 or
Right,
more,
at
depending
least.
on what it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is another one of those things where that we are, even at the $350 increase, we're still
Below.
Yeah, because you're saying with the staff labor ratio, we're just not making.
We're still not covering our cost and our engineering department. And I really am thinking out loud right now.
Yeah,
Because this is the first time you and I have had time to sit down and actually talk about this
Right.
while I'm sitting. I apologize.
Yeah, it's all good.
But
I have a question. I know
Yes, Ms. Jones.
One of my constituents said that they inspect their own when they mow their grass. So what would happen if they inspected their own or got certified to inspect their own?
Right, so they would have to get certified first, and once they get certified, all they would have to do, they could inspect it yearly and just send us the inspection report.
And that $150 class certification is good for what?
3 years.
Yeah. So
It's 3 years, and then there's a small, it's a smaller fee than that to go back every 3 years and get a update.
So individual property owners could cut their costs dramatically by
Yeah.
doing that.
Yeah, that's what I was asking, if they could do their own, then because the fee to me is high. I understand what you're saying, that you did take comparison, but I do have, some of my constituents do have concerns about the $350 fee. And he says that whenever he mows his grass, he inspects his own. And that it only takes about 5 minutes for somebody to come out and do that, and it's $350.
Well, that's not the normal. I mean, there's a lot of others that take up a lot of time, especially places that have multiple. Now you got some easy ones that, little swales, little small ditches, or it's a dry pond, but you also have larger ones that take up a lot of time as well. It averages probably 45 minutes to an hour on site. Average.
Do you give copies of the reports to the actual?
We do. We send it out with the bill.
Did you finish your question?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
that.
Copy of the report goes back to the actual owner. Is that? Okay.
Yep,
Making sure.
and if there's a letter that they need to do a bunch of upgrades, or not upgrades, but a lot of maintenance, then that letter's submitted with it as well.
Is there any value in possibly subcontracting with another entity to do those, and the city keep a portion of the revenue?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I couldn't find any local firms or whatever businesses that did this kind of work. Everybody was in Wake County.
So, Council, a lot of the feedback that I've received from from folks is that going from 100 to 350 in one swoop was a bit much, and given that it had not changed since 2001.
Right.
So I think question one for council is, do we want to continue providing this service? It will be at a slight loss to the city, but that's kind of the role of what we do in a way. Do we want to continue offering this service at all? And Jonathan, I think we have to kind of lean on you and your department. Is this something ultimately that you guys have the bandwidth and you want to continue doing?
Well, currently we have the bandwidth, yes, but as things change and we continue to do more projects, I've got one construction inspector and he's tasked with doing all that. So I mean, there is $80 million worth of work going on in the city right now, if not more than that. So, we have to spend a little piddly time doing this kind of work, and these things are spread out all over the city from one end to the next. We're riding back and forth. It's just it's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, I personally would love to get out of the business, but it's whatever direction y'all want to take.
How feasible is it to see if we could get a class here in Goldsboro for the $150 for our constituents?
Well, it's offered through NC State. I'm not sure if they go to remote sites. I know at one time you could do it on Teams, remotely. That may still be an option. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at their website in a while.
Yeah.
But I mean, we could definitely look at some options to see.
So Jonathan, I have a question is, let's say that somebody's severely out of compliance with their stormwater control measures, and it's not a voluntary program. They still have to comply with making sure their stormwater controls are functioning properly. If we're allowing them to continue to do this and they're not doing it, what kind of responsibility do we have or liability under our NPDES permit to the state to make sure we're complying with all the MS4 regulations?
Yeah, I'm not sure that there's any compliance under the permit, but I know in our ordinance, our ordinance may mirror the permit, but I'd have to go back and look at it. But so when we write the initial letter, we give them 6 months to fix it. After 6 months, we'll go out and do a re-inspection. If it's still not right, we give them 3 months, and then we do another 3 months, and then at that time, we can notify them that, and this is the way the ordinance was written, Rick, so don't throw nothing at me from behind, but it's, the way the ordinance is written is that Public Works can go out, fix the issues, and then we can get reimbursed that way. And I'm not exactly sure how we would get reimbursed, but that's the way the ordinance is written.
I guess one of my questions was that if we go to a system where, ultimately we're responsible for it as the city under our permit, that we're depending on others to do our job or do our work for us essentially and provide us the reports if there's a lot of non-compliance going on, at what point in time the state could potentially come in and say, you need to get in compliance up to a higher level, because 50% of these are out of compliance because after 3 or 4 years, nobody's really getting it done.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to go look through it and read it.
I guess that's, for the council to think about, because, if we're working on stormwater control measures and we want to make sure that people are safe and these things are functioning as they are we going to be, do we feel safe enough to allow that to be privately managed? And in the hopes that, hey, someone's going to say, oh, I don't want to spend, money on this, and I'm not going to do it. But I'm not saying that's going to happen definitely. But
so I mean, the EPA, they're not going to go after the individual owner of the SEM. They're going to come after us. So,
Councilman White?
I think we need to take a look at the ordinance, kind of update the ordinance.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you down there.
No, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
But I also think that that the prices should be to the magnitude of the work. So he said that there's some that are quick and then there's some that are long. But if mine is you know, one of the smaller ones, and I get charged $415
Right.
for the same thing that they'll be out there for hours doing, I think that's not, that don't equate.
No, and I agree with that, and some of my constituents, they already have the system in place. They check it every time that they mow, they know what they're doing. I think we might need to take a look at it completely, and also take a look at what our ordinance says regarding it.
Okay. So what I hear council saying is that I haven't had anyone yet say we should get out of the business and stop doing it altogether. At least no one has said it in that directive of phrase. So let's keep that on the table, that we will continue providing the service. So the next piece, and today is it's not starting this conversation, but it's putting it on the agenda so that we can plan to actually have something in front of us on May 2nd. Something like that. That one, whatever it is that Laura's trying to point to me. 6th. There we go. So, but I do want to be able to provide specific direction to Jonathan. So, Jonathan, have you seen a fee structure that is by square footage or gallon capacity or by something other than just a flat fee?
No, it's typically just a flat fee.
Okay.
I have a quick question.
All right, Councilman Boyd.
So just to clarify, so when you looked into what other companies that are certified to do that work, it's starting at $500 is what the companies advised you that, so if we're doing it currently at $350, then we're doing the customer a service. Not saying that, I don't have an opinion on what the fee is, but if we were to get out of that business and leave it to the individual to find a company to provide that service, then it's going to cost that person significantly more than we're currently charging.
Yeah, and we've started, so there's underground detention as well, which is just a network of pipe that the water's flowing through and it gets rid of the nitrogen that way. We have no way of inspecting those anyway because we don't have any confined space permits. So when they come in, when the planning process, when they come in, we just tell them that they're going to have to figure out how to inspect those themselves and get us the paperwork.
So as it sits right now, if someone wants to use a private vendor, they can do it.
Correct.
If someone wants to go to school and get it and be able to do it themselves, that's an option.
Absolutely.
Or they can get the city of Goldsboro to come and do it for $350, which is below private market.
Yep.
Okay. So those are the options that are currently on the table, which the more we've talked about it, seems pretty logical.
Yeah. One more comment.
Yes, please.
It seems like from everything that's been discussed that our best action right this minute might be to take no action.
Yeah, that's kind of where I've come back
I mean, we
to as
could
well.
send out a letter to every SEM owner and just detail out what we just talked about as far as our fee, doing the $150 inspection yourself, or getting certified yourself, or getting a private company.
I think that sounds good. Yes.
If we
Could we send a letter out to?
Make sure the folks know their options.
Okay.
Councilman?
I agree with that, but I think going forward, that if we're gonna have any fee changes, that a letter should go out prior to the fee being changed.
Right.
With options, so it don't catch people off guard like this one did, going from 100 to 350 all at once.
Right,
And
and
full
I think we need to look at the ordinance as well.
I agree with the ordinance.
And Councilmember White, to that point, I'm sure I voted to do the fee schedule. I'm sure I did. This one, amongst all of the others, I didn't catch it. Had I known that it was a 3.5% or a 350% increase, I probably would have said, let's phase that in. So yeah, I agree with the structure overall. It makes logical sense the way it is. I agree that communication out to folks, should have been a little bit more transparent in their options. Transparent implies something I didn't mean to imply right there. That explains their other options if they're looking for lower cost vehicles. Council, if there's anything specific to bring forward, or if there's the consensus is to take no action, then we'll review the ordinance separately. That's kind of what I'm picking up on.
I agree with that, and by taking no action leaves us the option to take action
Absolutely.
as we continue to receive feedback, citizen input, end user input. I mean, I understand, of course, what some of the presentation from all my years of approving site plans
Yeah.
and planning commission, and I also understand nitrogen runoff from the recent tour of the
Yeah.
of the facility, and understanding how we have to do our part to rid the water of nitrogen as well. So
That's right.
I understand all that, but I think that if we take no action now, that certainly leaves us in a position to where we can take action if we moving forward and solicit input from those that have concerns with this matter, including our end users.
I guess it's just a matter of semantics, because I think by having the letters going out and talking to the individuals, that is taking action.
Right.
That is taking action. We are taking action and moving forward on what we should do, even though we're not voting on to lower it or not to charge an amount. We are taking action because we are going to get their input and how they feel about it. So we are taking action.
And making sure they know they have options.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes,
that is taking action.
And just one other thing, Mayor, I wanted to point out, because it is important for us to remember, this is it really stems all the way back to the Clean Water Act. So it's an EPA mandated program that we have to comply with. It's not something we can opt out of. We are an MS4, we have to deal with stormwater, we have to do these inspections. We can't just wash our hands of them. There's two different, the stormwater utility fee, you could actually say as a council, I don't want to do this anymore. We don't want to charge it. I don't know where we'd get the money from to fix any kind of the stormwater problems we have, but I'm just saying this is something that we can't really, and I think people need to understand that. We can't just say, well, we don't want to do this business, because it's our job and it's our role as an MS4, a regulated stormwater entity, that we have to manage it.
Yeah, and when I say, get out of the business, I mean just from a department standpoint, we're just, with one staff member going out and doing these inspections, it's just taking a lot of time away from being on other projects. That was what I was saying by that.
Well, yeah, but we still have to be compliant. It's just-
Right, we have to be
when
compliant.
When I say get out of the business, to your point, to be very, very clear, get out of the inspection business, not
Correct.
into compliance business.
Correct.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Livingston. Thank you.
All right.
On to lead and copper.
Yeah. Got two more, one down. All
So
right.
for those following along, we're moving to item F under new business.
So this is a update on the lead and copper project that we have going on. So this was another one of these EPA unfunded mandates. In December of 2021, they put a notice out to all municipalities that a complete inventory of both public-owned and private-owned water services would need to be completed by October the 16th, 2024. This inventory is to include every water service that predates 1987, when the lead ban was adopted in the North Carolina Plumbing Code. So our project and what we're doing, the city has 14,709 water services, and of those, 9,965 are what staff has identified to be built before 1987. And we used Wayne County tax maps to gather all that information. There are a few different ways the inventory can be completed, and staff has chosen to go with the visual inspection and the hydro excavation methods. You can see the picture on the bottom right. That's the hydro excavation. They just make a small 12-inch diameter hole in the ground with water. The visual inspection is completed inside the meter box. The hydro excavation is completed 18 inches outside of the meter box, and those dimensions were regulated by the EPA. There are three ways to outline in the regulations to determine the pipe material. You can do a scratch test, you can do a magnet test, or a lead verification pin that'll turn red when you have marked the pipe. Liken it to pins that they use for currency in the stores, all to check everybody's bills, make sure they're real. We're mainly using scratch test and magnet test in our inventory. And this is the dashboard that we're using with GIS right now. So when I submitted this, there was a total fully verified services of 2,985. This morning, we went over 3,000, which is a third of the way complete. And as you can see in the top left, lead, there is 0 so far. So that's very good. We got a lot of galvanized, but mostly on the customer side. But as far as lead goes, we don't have any. And that's a quick update on that.
So just to dovetail off what Jonathan's saying, you know, we're ahead on this project compared to other municipalities, and it's due, I think, October of this year.
October this year, yep.
Compliant. I think we're going to make that mark, but I think it's pretty impressive that the city has been so proactive in getting this done, and kudos to Jonathan and his department and this board for making that happen.
All right. Okay, any comments or questions about the lead and copper project? All right, so now we'll move along to item G, our streets and sidewalks inventory.
Moving on to the final one, streets and sidewalks. So the evaluation of streets. We use GIS to evaluate our streets, and staff usually does a visual inspection. We ride every block, and we just give them a rating. It's very subjective. You know, I'll rate it differently than anybody else will, and so on. There's, you know, several factors we look at: distresses, alligator cracking, block transverse cracking, reflective cracking, rutting, raveling, bleeding, ride quality, and utility patching. And alligator cracking is rated on a percentage of the block covered, while the other is rated on light, moderate, or severe. The last professional pavement condition rating was completed by U.S. Infrastructure of Carolina Incorporated in October 2009. So it's definitely past time for us to get another one done. And you can see on the bottom picture there, that's kind of how they do it. You know, it'll kind of look a little bit like the Google car. They'll have cameras on there and sensors and all on the lasers on the car to kind of give a overview of what it looks like.
Jonathan, is there a version of that that's just a windshield, kind of a windshield assessment?
What we do is a windshield.
Okay.
Yeah, that's on the top up there. That's how we do it.
Gotcha.
We do, you know, we've got each block broken down. We just click on that block and just input a bunch of information in as far as, you know, the cracking and all that other good stuff.
Just giving you credit for something that you joked around and said the other day. Said it doesn't take a laser to know when your cars get knocked out of alignment.
Yeah.
So you know, you don't have to be dense to say that since 2009 other assessments have been made. They're just not with the use of the
Right.
laser.
Yeah.
Not
We do them every 3 to 5 years, but the last professional one was done in 2009. So how we typically determine a resurfacing project, staff will put together a recommended list based off of the latest PCR, which is the pavement condition rating. That list is generated with the worst streets in mind. And then what we do is we present it to council, and we'll receive more direction as to how they want to spend the money. And, you know, typically we try to break it up as equal parts in every district. And we need to really start changing the process on how we think about streets. You know, everything rated from a 0 to 50 probably needs to be rebuilt. Just go in there, just dig it up, put a new base in, new asphalt in, and do it that way. You know, a major problem with our streets is that they aren't built with a good stone base. A lot of it was just laid on top of the dirt, and we find that all the time when we're resurfacing. You know, a lot of our streets are only 2 inches thick, so we'll go in there and mill up 1.5 inches, and we'll start pulling all the asphalt up with it. I mean, that's what happened on Carolina and Vine. So that's where your extra money comes in, and there's really no way for us to determine that other than getting out there and doing the work. I mean, we could set aside some money up front to do some core samples and stuff to see what's actually under the asphalt, but you know, typically we don't do that. We don't have the budget for all that. How much does it cost to resurface on a street? Will run you approximately $18.50 a square yard. And those numbers came from our last resurfacing project completed this year. Rebuilding a street to our current standards will cost approximately $400 a foot. I know that's a large number, but, I mean, you're spending a lot up front to get longevity out of a street.
So Jonathan, just comparison for everyone, again, everyone following at home. Rebuilding a street, anticipated life versus resurfacing on top of a dirt bed.
Yeah. Resurfacing, you know, it doesn't maybe 3 years you'll get out of resurfacing because a lot of those cracks will start to show back up that you see. Especially if you don't have a base, alligator will pop back up in months. Rebuilding.
Are you talking about going back to the actual surface and compacting and doing the whole 9 again?
On a rebuilding, yes. On a rebuilding, you'll go in there and what we'll do is we'll cut the entire street, cut all the asphalt out, cut about 6 or 8 inches down, do a proof roll with a dump truck and a full load of dirt, and any soft spots, we'll dig that out, take it down even deeper, and just rebuild it, get it good and proof rolled where it's solid all the way through, then put our stone base down, proof roll that, and then put asphalt on top of that.
I was going to say, so you're going to need more aggregate than you put.
Yeah, absolutely. We got, just to give you an idea, we did some repaving of Mimosa Street, which was a dirt street last year. We repaved that. Certain spots of that street's got 32 inches of stone in it, just because it was just bad. You know, I joked at the time, if the world's falling in, that's where I'm going first, with all that stone. And then sidewalks. Unfortunately, we don't have a list of sidewalk conditions or where sidewalks are needed. Planning is currently working on a bike and ped plan, and the goal is to get that information covered as part of that plan. We do, however, have a list of streets that need, or sidewalks that need repair. This is a list managed by Public Works, and it comes from citizen complaints or requests. And that's kind of hard to see, but that is the list that they have right now, the kind of running list that they keep up with.
So how do we get like new sidewalks, like over in District 6 on Collier Best or even on New Hope? You know, you have the actual trail, but the trail stops, and then there's no sidewalk, no trail, no anything. Or even on Royal Avenue,
right?
Where people often walk on the sideways.
Yeah.
You know?
So
Jonathan, do you mind going back while you answer the question?
Yeah.
To the street.
To the list. Okay. Yeah. So Royal Avenue is a DOT street. So DOT would be tasked with putting sidewalk in. With Collier Best and that area. So anytime a new development comes in, you know, like that Hawthorne Trail where they're talking about coming in, then, you know, sidewalks will be required as part of the sidewalk, as part of the site plan review.
Okay, what about New Hope?
I mean, New Hope would be kind of hard in that area, especially since you already have the bike path there already.
Yeah, but it doesn't go all the way, so that's why I'm asking. It goes up until Harding.
It goes up to Harding, yeah.
Right, and then there's nothing else, right?
Yeah.
So I just offer the way that is typically done is through funding through our Metropolitan Planning Organization. And we prioritize those alternative transportation or bike and ped plans based on available monies. So, and that's part of what this bike and ped plan will do, which they're, I guess, a month and a half in now. I think Mark's here. I don't know when they'll be finished with that, but in a couple months, I guess. And then we'll have a plan to work off of that will show things and also have some funding suggestions and prioritizations.
I will, one more question though. So even for neighborhoods, like neighborhoods out in District 6 who don't have any, Hunters Creek doesn't have any sidewalk.
Right.
How do they get on the list? Because I know that's the city, we annexed that, so that's ours, so how do we?
I think the suggestion I would put forth there is we have what's called a sidewalk or fee in lieu of, so we have some money set aside for sidewalk construction. And I think it's currently about 80,000. I don't know how much linear feet that would get us. It's $20 roughly a linear feet, so you can do the math there. But those could be requested for those types of projects. And I think we're, again, going to go back and look at what all the prioritizations need to be But if there's certain areas that we try to use that funding, if we find gaps where sidewalks, you know, to connect them, that would score higher because you want to be able to, you know, have the complete sidewalk. So, but there is some money set aside when developers aren't required to pay for sidewalks because of topography or something, like they do a fee in lieu of, and then we're able to use that sidewalk fee in lieu of to do sidewalks, usually in that same area or somewhere in that same area.
Are we open to opening a partnership with our DOD brothers and sisters to come out and do sidewalks as training if we go out and inspect as part of our IGSA package?
Well, I know one thing, and I'm just going to give it, our crews here, I think, in Goldsboro, really do an excellent job with sidewalk construction. I think we can do it a lot more competitively priced. You know, if we just identify which ones we want to do, I think that's part of the patent. But we can do our own sidewalks in-house. Maybe I'm not following you.
Well, I don't think we can be free. Free means that the engineers off the installation who do the same thing that your guys do will come out and partner with us. All we'll pay is for material and not labor. Which strengthens.
I'm a firm yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I follow you now, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But we just did the sidewalk down Alabama, and I think our cost on that was about $4,500. And that was just have something there in the housing in West Haven.
Well, part of our challenge has been that at least in the last 2, if not 3 budget cycles, we've effectively not left any money in there for sidewalk and streets.
Right.
Yeah.
And you know, I've cast my vote on those budgets too, so I'm just as guilty as the next person. Prioritization had to happen. But it's left us in a position where that, just like every other thing, it seems like with the city, the can has been kicked down the road as far as it can be kicked down the road. There's sidewalks that are cracked and in total disrepair that need to be rebuilt. There's parts of the city, to your point with Hunters Creek, that were brought in during the time where you could, selectively annex, forced annexation, back before the law changed in the mid-2000s, that never really got those city amenities added in.
Right.
So there's a lot of complications to this. Then you get into site plan development. So if you look on Berkeley Boulevard, again, staying in your district, Councilman, Berkeley Boulevard, where front of Lowe's, Verizon, when they redid their store, they had to put in sidewalks, but there's nothing next to them, for sidewalks. And so you have this piecemeal thing, and it's tough. And we're going to have to be deliberate in our plans over this year and the years following to try to get some of this infrastructure right. And we got to get it right now, getting some repairs caught up, but also I think we got to figure out where we want to make these investments in other parts of our city. And I did not mean to go on a rant right then, but here we are. Council, and actually one last thing, and Councilman White, I apologize because I keep looking at you. You and I are on our MPO together, and you're going to be a valuable vote in that MPO because, as you will see, bike and ped projects at a state level for the state maintained roads score very low. And that's because DOT is much more focused on trying to move as much commerce and as much traffic as possible, and then it becomes very difficult to get something like Royal Avenue, that I am now in my 3rd year of arguing in favor of, same with Elm for that matter, to be able to get some pedestrian pathways up there, because you've got, I didn't mean to go on a rant, guys, between North Drive and the fire department and the Boys and Girls Club. Can we not get a safe pedestrian pathway between Jefferson, the Boys and Girls Club, and North Drive? And the answer is it's a lot more complicated than I was hoping.
Well, it's
But
probably
we gotta find a way to
because
get
of the railroad
Right.
involved as well.
Right, and that, yeah, exactly. And that adds even an extra layer because the railroad on it.
Right.
But the big thing is we're getting the plan done, and so we're gonna go after CMAQ congestion mitigation funds that are part of the MPO, and once we have that plan done, we can actually get some funding for those things. Absent that plan, we're not gonna get anything. So I think the plan is, that's what I want people to realize, the plan is a huge step, which we'll be wrapping up again in a few more months, as to what, what we wanna see happen as far as that goes.
So as an action item for this, And again, I apologize for continuing to kind of call you out, Councilmember White, but Councilmember White, would you be willing to connect Jonathan and city manager with the DoD partners that you were just discussing? And let's talk about leveraging that funds, because again, we've got, fantastic assets in our departments, but they're booked.
Right.
They're also kind of slammed, so let's see if we can maximize that asset a little bit differently. Pro Tem.
Jonathan, can you share how a resident can file whatever we file to say our sidewalk needs some repair that you just talked about to get them on this list right here? What's the process for that?
Yeah, so this is the open work orders that Public Works has. So I mean, did they just reach out to Doug or you, or call in through the 311?
When we really started driving this conversation in earnest in preparation for tonight, one of the questions I had was, well, can we get someone to go out and do kind of a windshield survey? And then I very quickly realized, I appreciate you helping me understand this, the amount of money that we have and the tools that we currently have, there's really no point, because you already know that the list we have outstrips the resources currently available.
Right.
So that's why we got to think a little bit differently and figure something out. And then we ultimately have got to go around and do some surveys as well. Quality surveys. Yes,
Sorry,
ma'am.
one last thing. I know before we decided to remove it from the budget, we had a list, and it was kind of like a working list that had just gone from year to year to year. Like, do we still have that list? And I guess my question for the board is this going to be a priority item as we are preparing to start talking about budgets? Like, is sidewalks and streets going to be necessary? Because it has not been budgeted in the past couple of years.
We're going to see. It's something that I want, desperately want, but if we have to choose between, it's the same conversation every year. It's really difficult. How much of an increase we're willing to do, and how many years consecutively we're willing to do it. That's what it comes down to.
Or we start these creative ideas
Right.
like Councilman White had, because the reality of it is we just heard from one of our residents of something happening to a visiting member.
Right.
And we have individuals who are in wheelchairs and all the things that cannot even safely travel on the streets. And we've heard people come and talk to us about that. So sometimes we have to consider that as well, just like we have to consider, in my opinion, water and sewer and all of those things, because those things matter too.
Well, and as part of a street resurfacing project, we always look at curb and gutter. Any curb and gutter that's pushed up by roots or it's just off or whatever, for whatever reason, settling or whatever. I mean, we can always look at sidewalks as part of that project too. I mean, it's going to drive the cost up and we'll do less blocks, but it's an option.
But if the blocks we do don't have to be touched for 20 years, because it's done
That's right.
well,
That's right.
then,
Yeah.
All right. Just to keep the conversation moving, is there any other comments, concerns, feedback? All right. We'll let you off the hook. Thank you, John.
Good.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
This next one, item H, is another placeholder that I'm going to keep up here until we have a actual policy, that a vote is conducted. It's item H, is street closing policy discussion. So I've worked with a couple of department heads, pulled together a draft that just special event policy, just trying to get things moving and distribute it out to other department heads. I'm asking department heads, and Matt, your assistance with this, let's get eyes on that, within the next couple of days, and let's see if we can get a proposal for conversation purposes, out to council, by the end of the week, or at least by the end of the weekend, so that council can start kind of mulling its ideas over, because this one, it's chock full of policy, not necessarily legal. And it's going to come down to opinions of when a street closing is appropriate. Do we want to base it on anticipated event size? Do we want to base it on the volume of blocks? There's just a lot of options there. And so I'm just going to keep this placeholder up here. Ultimately, I would love to have something that we could properly vote on at May. I think Laura told me it was the 6th. So I'll keep looking at you, and you can hold up the fingers on it. So again,
Yes, ma'am.
So real quick, so about that, and I'm for all the street closures. If people want to have functions to bring people downtown, I support that wholeheartedly. So street closures for me is not an issue. However, there are some events that are coming before us tonight that are requiring street closures. To me, it was not fair for us to deny a street closure with no policy. How can we approve street closures with no policy? So I just want us to be mindful of that, and thank you for what you did with this policy, Mayor. But and I know people got to get business done, but it just doesn't seem fair for us to close streets without that policy when we did not approve one based on a policy that we didn't have. So we have to be very, very careful about that. I'm not sure what the concerns are about certain things being closed, and surely we are about to do a proclamation to honor and support small business, and we just denied a street closure to do just that, support small business. So we can't just be doing cute gestures. Like, our actions have got to match our words. So I just want us to consider what we're about to do later on in this meeting as it relates to street closures based on no policy.
And that's one of the reasons that I'm keeping this on here. The next meeting, it'll be old business, and it is my intention, and again, I'm putting this up here to draw attention to it, because I need staff's help and support getting something in front of us.
We'll have something, Mayor.
We can vote on. Thank you, sir.
We'll get it done.
I know you will. I appreciate it. All right, and lastly, this one, sorry, on item H, are there any other comments? Okay, perfect. If you have, specific preferences in the policy, also please do reach out. Next, item I. This one is also me. So there's some good discussion. There's not an actual document in front of us at this particular point in the conversation, but just want to be public in the fact that there's some very deliberate efforts to have solid working relationships with our state, regional, county, and city economic development efforts. And we're moving pretty aggressively and somewhat being willing to take some risk in trying to get some policy in place that can allow us to be able to have a really good long-term forward-facing partnership with the county over the future development of Park East. And again, this is on here as a placeholder so the public is aware of the things, all the different irons that are in the fire. I anticipate that we'll actually have something to vote on at our next meeting. We're not the draftsman on this particular one, but just wanting everyone to know that is an iron in the fire that we take very, very seriously, and we want to see industrial growth and commercial growth adjacent to the city of Goldsboro, if not within the city of Goldsboro, just as much as anybody, probably more. So, given that there's not a whole lot, I'm not going to ask for feedback on that, because there's nothing for you to give feedback on at this particular point. So we'll keep rolling. So with that, is there anything else, Ms. Jones, Mr. Livingston, to come before us in the work session before we move to the consent agenda?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
I did want to say something.
Well, Councilwoman.
Yes, please.
Before we go to the consent agenda, this is just something that has really been bothering me, the deaths and the moving of the unhoused, from Tent City. I understand that some of them did not, some of them don't always participate. But I just want to talk to the council, because we have got to do something. We have got to do something, and I want us to just put our thinking caps on. I have spoken before about trying to utilize some of those buildings at Cherry Hospital. There are some houses there that if we could find some money to upgrade those to, just start, because we as a city, we as a council, we are going to be accountable. We are accountable for these, not just a policeman, not just, all of us are accountable for these deaths, these things that are happening to the unhoused. They are somebody's sons and daughters, and I have friends that have been affected by this, and I am just reaching out and asking the council. I know one time we talked about Cherry Hospital, that building over there. I do know Mr. Curtis Edwards does have some facilities. He would need some help financially to get them prepared to house some of the unhoused if they want to go there. We can't make them, but we have got to do something. The city of Goldsboro has got to do something about this. They're our responsibility. And I just want to appeal to the council tonight, appeal to our people in the community, our churches. We need you to step up and help us as well. We need help. We need help with this.
Councilwoman Jones, would you like to modify the agenda in some way? Is there a specific request? Obviously, I agree with the spirit of what you're saying. Would you like to make a change to the agenda? Is there a specific request?
Well, I want us to discuss, if I may, I want us to discuss some avenues. I want us to discuss some options. I want to hear the council's heart. This is our city, and I want to hear the council's heart on what we are going to do and how we are going to address it. We know that it's a problem. We've had 4 people to die now. And Chief West, that is not your fault, okay? We're not throwing it out on the policeman. We, as a city, we are to be held accountable. Other states and cities are doing things about it. We have got to do something. We can't just continue to see it on the news and say, oh, it's sad, or oh, he was just an addict, because I've got a friend, her son is an addict, and she loves him just like I love my children, and they are not addicts.
Would it be possible, as to get us back to the items that are on the agenda, would it be possible for me to ask some of the partners that were involved in the efforts around Tent City to come and discuss with us their work at the next council meeting during the work session?
Yes, I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll make that so. Ms. Jones, if you'll make a note of that, and during the work session at the May 6th, we'll try and engage those partners. And I'm also happy to see that there's an item later during the 7 o'clock session that is directly on point for this as well. So, in a tangential way, but nonetheless directly influential. So with that, hearing nothing else, let's move into our consent agenda. Matt, I believe we can probably get through a couple of items. I do want to stop us firmly at 10 till to allow for mental breaks and relocation. So if you'll get us started on the consent agenda.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, we have a Finance Director resolution, donation of personal property to a 501c nonprofit, Wayne County Firemen's Association. It's a resolution.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We have this resolution to donate some firefighting equipment. They're hoses. And in accordance with General Statute 160A-280, the city may donate to nonprofit, but that designation has to be made by the City Council. And so we have prepared a resolution to authorize this property to be declared surplus and then given to Wayne County, who will distribute it to our volunteer firefighter associations around the county. So if you have any questions.
Council, any comments or questions on item L?
Okay. So my next item is to accept or reject an initial bid and authorize finance to advertise for upset bids for 1006 North Center Street to Mr. Christopher Jones. And this offer has been received on a piece of city and county-owned property, and council must either accept or reject the offer, and if accepted, authorize advertisement for upset bids, which is under General Statute 160A-266 and 160A-269. The offer is $880. The bid deposit is $44. The offer is at least 50% of the tax value of the property. The bid deposit of 5% has been received in the form of a personal check. The tax value is $1,760 and is zoned R6. Staff recommends that council accept the offer in order to start the upset bid process.
Maybe we would need to vote because when you do the consent agenda, you're just voting to approve the consent agenda.
Right.
We need to accept or reject at this point in this particular item, please.
All right, so with that, council, I'll entertain a motion to accept or reject the initial bid and authorize finance to advertise. Is there a motion?
So moved.
In which direction?
To accept the
To accept, all right, motion has been made to accept the initial bid and authorize finance to advertise. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, motion's been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. All right, thank you.
Okay. My next item is amending a special revenue fund ordinance, the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant. We have several prior year grants that we need to get them closed out. They're line item grants. So we have actually expended $185,946.28 on grants that range prior to 2017, and then 2017, 18, 19, 20, and 22. There was no 21 JAG grant. So I've prepared a budget amendment ordinance to deobligate the remaining unexpended funds to reflect the final amounts received and expended so that we can close these projects. So we've attached an ordinance for council's approval to close those particular line item projects in JAG.
Council, any comments or questions on item N? All right, Matt, keep us going whenever you're ready.
Item O, Catherine.
Sir?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go, item
So, item O is amending a capital project fund ordinance for the Parks and Recreation Capital Projects Fund. It was previously FY19 through FY24, and council authorized the establishment of this in June of 2019. The city had received various contributions, grants, and sponsorships, and I gave you a list of those projects, like the multi-sports complex and all-inclusive playground, which we heard a little bit about that earlier this evening in the previous presentation, Go Wango projects, and a South End Park playground. So we have a budget of $632,000. We've spent $251,000, so we have some spending to go. There's approximately $381,000 left to spend. But the time frame of this project ordinance needs to be extended. I've extended it, as my recommendation is to extend it to fiscal year 28. There is no monetary change. This is just a change to extend it from 24 to 28.
Council, any comments or questions on item O? All right.
Okay.
Item P.
So my next item is amending a grant project fund ordinance, FEMA Assistance to Firefighters Grant for the source capture system installation for fire stations 1, 2, 3, and 5. The city applied for the firefighters grant for the source capture systems in March of 2020, and we were awarded in July of 2020. We accepted the award. The project has been complete. We received the certificate of occupancy for that. Now, the city had received a notification through Chief Stempian that it was time to actually close this. This came maybe about 3 weeks ago, that FEMA it's in their queue to close. So the chief and I have both done our part to close the grant formally with FEMA, and at this time I'm asking the council to amend the project to close it. There is no monetary change. The total project spend was $202,083, and there was a 10% match of $18,371, which was funded by the general fund. So the ordinance I've attached basically just closes this fund. There is no monetary change. Any questions?
Council, any questions on item P, please?
Okay. My next item is to amend a grant project fund for the Little Cherry, Big Cherry Pump Station relocation out of the floodplain. So the city received in 2021 an intent to fund the Little Cherry, Big Cherry Pump Station relocation from Diener, and it was an ASADRA grant of a little over $3 million. However, in the spring of 2022, the expansion of the Mount Olive Pickle facility was formulated, which encompassed this relocation of the pump station. So the entire project for the MOPCO project was managed by
the Wayne County Development Alliance through a memorandum of understanding with the city, and that was executed in 2022. So at this point, the city does not need to take the Asadra loan, so we need to close the grant project out. So there is a monetary amount to this, but we're closing it out, so will be no more expenditures to the fund. So, any questions?
Council, any comments or questions?
Okay.
Hearing none.
Okay.
To R.
And my last item is a resolution authorizing city officials to execute a memo of understanding with the Goldsboro Wayne Transportation Authority for use of the city pumps. So the city operates fuel pumps for city vehicles and equipment. So we also allow GWTA and then the Housing Authority to use those pumps. They reimburse the city when we bill them for the fuel. So we had started a project back in March of '23 to upgrade the fuel system so that we go to a cloud-based reporting system. Right now we use the internal fleet management system, RTA, to do the billing. So as part of this, we looked to see, did we have agreements in place for the use of the city fuel system with GWTA and GHA. We could not find any. We did ask our partner agencies if they could find one. They could not. So through the help with my procurement manager, Tim Wood, we crafted an agreement that we presented to GWTA. They've accepted it and signed it. I attached it to this agenda item. The biggest change in this is that previously we had been charging a 5-cent administrative fee. We are actually going to go to a 9-cent per gallon administrative fee with 2 pennies to be used for the maintenance. So these are like the inspections and the repairs and things like that. 7 cents we were going to put in a capital maintenance fund because those pumps are probably 30, 40 years old. So they're going to have to be replaced soon, and we're talking about something that would probably be over $1 million to replace. So the city departments and GWTA will participate in paying towards this capital fund to help us fund those improvements later when we need them. So what will happen in the budget that we will be presenting to council in about a month is going to establish an internal service fund for the fuel system where we can keep that money separate and accounted for. So tonight what I'm asking the council to do is to authorize the city officials to execute the agreement with GWTA to allow them to use the city fuel pumps.
And again, they reimburse the city for the cost of the fuel?
Yes, sir, that's correct. Okay. Any questions?
Hearing none, items S and T, as a reminder, we're moved to items requiring individual action. Matt, we're on item U.
Item U, we have the water reclamation facility, Mr. Bert Sherman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I've got 4 of them here. The first one we're going to start out with is a water reclamation WRF expansion recommendation. A request for qualifications for a design build teams was invited on March 20th and re-invited on April 1st due to insufficient responses on the first invite. The second publication satisfied the procurement requirements. The city received submittals from the design build teams of TA Loving and CDM Smith, and Crowder Construction, and Hazen and Sawyer. The evaluation committee members were tasked with reviewing the design build team's statement of qualifications, the SOQs, and the committee then met on April 4th to discuss each other's findings and select a suitable design build team. Both design build teams presented comprehensive and competitive SOQs showcasing their expertise and commitment to excellence. The evaluation committee selected Crowder Construction and Hazen Sawyer as the design build team for the project. This discussion reflects the strategic choice to partner with the firm and have proven track record and successful product delivery and stakeholder satisfaction. Staff recommends that the City Council approve the selection of the design build team of Crowder Construction, Hazen and Sawyer for the WRF expansion project based on the committee's overall evaluation of their demonstrated capabilities and collaborated approach. This timely completion of this project while maintaining a high standard of quality and efficiency.
Council, any comments or questions on item U? Hearing none. Matt, I'm going to interrupt you. We're at 10 till.
Yep.
I think the courteous thing to do is, let's pause right here. Is that all right with you, Bert?
Yep.
All right. You'll be up front and center when we reconvene back, well, after we get through the agenda.
That's fine. Thank you, sir.
So with that, friends, we will recess until 7 o'clock in council chambers.
do to make sure we pick up the next one.
That's okay, I'll go first. We're good. All right. Well, welcome back after our short break. To those of you that have been in here waiting for us for a few minutes, I appreciate your patience. And those of you that joined us on the walk over from the conference room, I appreciate your diligence on that. So we'll begin. Father Wiley, if you would please. I'll stand with the invocation and then the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Gracious, loving, and almighty God, we give you thanks for the abundant blessings of this life. We thank you for this great city and for all of its leaders. Father, we ask that you be with us during our time together. Bless these leaders as they make decisions that affect all of its citizens. May they make decisions with your wisdom and grace. All this we ask in the name of your Son, our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Ms. Jones, our Deputy Clerk, is taking care of those duties for this evening. So, Ms. Jones, thank you so much. And if you would start us off with a roll call.
Mayor Gaylor?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews?
Present.
Councilwoman Jones? Councilwoman Jones?
Here.
Councilman Boyette?
Present.
Councilwoman Taylor?
Present.
Councilwoman Weeks?
Present.
Councilman White?
Present. All right, all present and accounted for. I appreciate everyone being here. With that, we'll roll directly into approval of minutes. Still, Ms. Jones. I believe we have minutes from the work session and the regular meeting of April 1st. Are there any other packages to be approved?
No, sir.
Just the, all right, perfect. Well, we have the minutes of the work session and the regular meeting of April 1st. Those have been distributed for review. Does council have any edits, additions, or omissions on those minutes? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Make a motion that we approve the minutes.
All right, motion has been made. Is there a second?
A second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded to approve the minutes of the work session, the regular meeting of April 1st as presented. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move for a vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. Bless you. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, but Ms. Jones, were you a vote in the affirmative?
I was voting.
Perfect. Yep. Unanimous vote. All right, move directly into presentations. I have asked every member of council, we have a number of these this evening, which is a wonderful, wonderful thing. I've asked Councilmember Jones if you would please do the Toastmasters anniversary proclamation. And what we'll do, if it's okay, I'll ask the council member to please read the proclamation, and then we'll invite those who will be receiving the proclamation to come forward. We'll give them the chance to comment, then we'll do pictures and that sort of thing. So that'll be our decorum for the next few minutes. Ms. Jones.
Goldsboro Toastmasters Anniversary Month Proclamation. Whereas the mission of the Goldsboro Toastmasters Club is to provide a mutual supportive and positive learning environment in which every member has the opportunity to develop communication and leadership skills, which in turn fosters self-confidence and personal growth. And whereas the abilities to speak effectively, listen carefully, and think critically are among the most valuable talents a person can develop. And whereas the development of leadership abilities is of great value to our democratic society and free enterprise system. And whereas the Goldsboro Toastmasters, a nonprofit, non-sectarian educational organization, was founded April 1, 1954, and is dedicated to providing the opportunity for developing their talents. And whereas 2024 marks the 100th anniversary of Toastmasters International and the 7th anniversary of the Goldsboro Toastmasters Club. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim April 20th, 24 as Goldsboro Toastmasters Anniversary Month in Goldsboro, North Carolina, and commend this observance to our citizens and recognize the Toastmasters members for their continued service to the community.
Are there any representatives from Toastmasters that would like to come forward? If you would, please. Thank you, Mr. So if you'd like to show off with the skills that you have honed in Toastmasters, if you have any comments, give me just a second to get a hot mic. I know Brad's watching and now scrambling and wondering why his sliders aren't working. Come on, Brad. Wake up. Someone go wake up, Brad. I think it's hot. There he is. Here we go. Now it is. It wasn't a minute ago. So, would y'all have any comments that you'd like to offer?
We just want to say thank you.
Yes. I'm here as the president of Toastmasters. My sister here is vice president. We have been with the group a long time. I'm glad that we have not been there since the start, because I think I'd be even tireder than I am now, but we happily accept this proclamation. It is something that we're proud to do, and thank you very much for that.
So 100 years of Toastmasters International and 70 years of our local club.
That's right.
70 years, yep.
Well, if you have no other comments, we'll put this one down.
Thank you.
All right. And if one of y'all would like to hold this.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Next, Councilman Boyette, if you would please read the Administrative Professionals Week Proclamation, item C under presentation.
Administrative Professionals Week Proclamation. Whereas administrative professionals, including administrative assistants, office assistants, receptionists, billing clerks, finance specialists, deputy clerks, and other administrative support staff, make up one of the largest segments of the labor force in America. And whereas administrative professionals play an essential role in coordinating the office operations of businesses, government agencies, educational institutions, and other organizations. And whereas the work of administrative professionals today requires advanced knowledge and expertise in communications, computer software, office technology, project management, organization, customer service, and other vital office management responsibilities. And whereas Administrative Professionals Week is observed annually in workplaces around the world to recognize the important contributions of administrative staff. And whereas we recognize the importance and contributions of highly skilled administrative professionals to the success of office operations. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Goldsboro Council does hereby proclaim the week of April 21st through 27th, 2024 as Administrative Professionals Week in the City of Goldsboro, and do hereby recognize and appreciate these administrative professionals and their valuable contributions in the workplace and support their continued professional growth.
Wonderful. Is there anyone to come forward and receive this? So, Holly, one, congratulations on getting stuck up here. And two,
Speak. I know. She'll pass it. I know.
so just to completely offer this, would you like the microphone? Lovely. Ms. Gatz, would you like the microphone? All right. So for those of you that are around the city manager or mayor's suite rather often, you know that there are always a couple of folks that are right out front. Ms. Jones, Holly, as all of us refer to her, obviously, is literally when you walk in the door. And then Ms. Guest is our city clerk, who is right around the side. Holly is an assistant city clerk. She has passed certifications to actually be a city clerk in her time and in her preference. And so today, thank you so much for what you do. Thank you for what you do. And I really appreciate you letting us put you up here and well, make you a little bit embarrassed. So thank you. Next, I'll ask Councilwoman Taylor to please read the Small Business Week proclamation, which is item D.
National Small Business Week proclamation. Whereas America's progress has been driven by pioneers who think big, take risks, and work hard, and whereas from the storefront shops that anchor Main Street to the high-tech startups that keep America on the cutting edge, small businesses are the backbone of our economy and the cornerstones of our nation's promise, and whereas small business owners and Main Street businesses have energy and a passion for what they do, and whereas when we support small business, jobs are created and local communities preserve their unique culture, and whereas because this country's 33 million small businesses create nearly 2 out of 3 jobs in our economy, we cannot resolve ourselves to create jobs and spur economic growth in America without discussing ways to support our entrepreneurs, and whereas the President of the United States has proclaimed National Small Business Week every year since 1963 to highlight the programs and services available to entrepreneurs through the U.S. Small Business Administration and other government agencies, and whereas Goldsboro supports and joins in this national effort to help America's small businesses do what they do best, grow their business, create jobs, and ensure that our communities remain as vibrant tomorrow as they are today. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim April 28th through May 4th, 2024 as National Small Business Week in Goldsboro, North Carolina, and declares support for our small businesses, recognizes the innovations and contributions of small businesses, and urges the residents of our community to support small businesses and merchants during Small Business Week and throughout the year.
Thank you. So I would like to ask the director of the Small Business Center at Wayne Community College to come forward, if you would, please. There are others as well who I'm going to ask to stand in just a moment. But I appreciate you. I don't even know if you intended to be here for this or not. But good. So this is Esteban Guzman. He is the director of the Small Business Center at Wayne Community College. Come on, man. Octavius is over there looking at me saying, be better, Gaylor. Come on. Get it together. Figure out this game. This isn't your first rodeo. So this is Mr. Esteban Guzman. He is the director of the Small Business Center at Wayne Community College, a component of the North Carolina Small Business Network, which is part and parcel with the community college system. I'll let him speak briefly about what he does and what he's able to offer. And then after that, I'm going to ask anyone in here who is a small business owner, operator, or works in a small business as defined by the SBA, and you can explain what that is, to stand. I just want to see the impact. So.
Good evening. After that introduction, I think I'm here to thank the city of Goldsboro for recognizing the small business as the cornerstone of our economy. Our state has been doing something great because it has been recognized in 2 years in a row as the best state to do business in the country. So I think if our city is able to emulate what the state is being doing, it's going to create a new way of earning our wages in our city, creating wealth, creating a better place to live for all of us, and at the end, to live our American dream. What we do at the Small Business Center in Wayne Community College is we help business owners start, develop, and plan their businesses. All of our services are for free. We're located in Wayne Community College. Please let your friends know we are here to help you launch and propel your businesses to the next level.
I'm gonna start with this. Well, oh, no, I can't ask that. I'll do a better question. Who here operates, owns, or works in a small business, for-profit or nonprofit? If you're paying payroll, stand up.
Up here.
To yourself or somebody else, stand up. Yeah, someone clap. My hands are full. Okay. The impact is real. Thank you so much.
The definition of a small business is a business with 1 employee to 500. Most of the businesses in this country are small businesses, and we are the cornerstone of our economy.
Anyone you'd like to call forward, please?
Chamber of Commerce, Scott Satterfield, please. Kimberly Rusher.
Scott, if you'd introduce yourself, and then Kimber, if you'd introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Scott Satterfield, President, Wayne County Chamber of Commerce.
Good evening, Kimber Roche, Downtown Merchant Chair for Downtown Goldsboro. So tonight we would like to invite Elite Fashions to come forward. They are one of our downtown Goldsboro businesses, and they are celebrating 60 years this year. So Elite Fashions opened in 1964. Not only is it a family-owned business, but it's a women-owned business. And it started with Miss Evelyn Johnson, and later in 1977, Miss Chris joined. And then through the years, the great niece and granddaughter joined. So we have 3 generations here celebrating 60 years in historic downtown Goldsboro.
So with that, Mr. Guzman, if you stand up here, and we'll do some pictures. Here, I'll slap that. Thank you. Yeah. Someone chose wisely. Next, if we could have Pro Tem Matthews please present the National Volunteer Appreciation Week proclamation, item E.
National Volunteer Appreciation Week proclamation. Whereas a sense of caring and a desire to share have motivated many men and women to volunteer their time and services to the needs of others in the Goldsboro community. And whereas volunteers help the sick, the needy, the disabled, and enrich our lives through the arts, recreation, and cultural activities. Whereas the City of Goldsboro has many dedicated volunteers who give their time and expertise on boards and committees that benefit our citizens. And whereas volunteer action is a powerful force for the solution of problems, and volunteers are increasingly recognized as an important partner with governmental agencies. And whereas volunteers have become an essential part of our prosperous community, and volunteer services help expand programs and stretch our tax dollars. Whereas Governor Roy Cooper and Volunteer NC recognize volunteers across the state for their contributions to each 100 counties, and United Way of Wayne County will recognize these volunteers and all Wayne County volunteers on April 16th at 5:30 p.m. Now therefore be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim the week of April 14th through the 20th, 2024 as National Volunteer Appreciation Week, and urges all citizens to recognize and thank our volunteers across the country and within Goldsboro as we acknowledge the importance of our volunteers and take the time to officially thank them for all that they do.
Sherry? There she is. How many times today have you already been introduced? 3. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, the President of United Way Wayne County, Ms. Sherry Archibald.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity today to present this proclamation, and also just want to invite anyone who works with volunteers, is a nonprofit, and hosts those volunteers. This is an opportunity for you to recognize those volunteers at the Paramount Theater tomorrow, 5:30 to 6:30. We will have the governor's office and Volunteer NC there to present awards to volunteers that were recognized here in our community. There are 10 of them. 28 nominations came in, 10 will be awarded. One of those 10, I want to share, we're very fortunate, is going to be receiving the Medallion Award, and only 25 of those across the state receive that. And that acknowledgement is going to go to our Wayne County Public Library Director, Ms. Donna Phillips. So we'll be able to recognize her tomorrow, too. So, no need to RSVP, just feel free to come, bring your volunteers. If you are a volunteer, come and be recognized. Come and let us thank you. It'll be brief, but just a great way to say thank you.
All right, next, in the agenda, there was a slight typo. Item F, Councilmember White, if you would please read for us, it is a proclamation recognizing the Goldsboro High School wrestling.
He's going to be.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Goldsboro High School 2024 Wrestling Team Proclamation. Whereas the Goldsboro High School and its affiliated athletic teams are cornerstones in the culture and history of Goldsboro, and whereas without enough young women to fill out the full women's team, girls reserve the right to challenge for starting position on the men's team. And the team had 2 girls as starters this year, both team leaders on the mat and in the classroom. And whereas in their first year, the Goldsboro wrestling team broke records and made immediate strides, this year team hosted their first home team in many years, placed second in the new 6-2A conference again, and sent 2 athletes to the state tournament. And whereas in their second year, the Goldsboro wrestling team had a regional champion at the 285 weight class and placed third in regional women's 152-pound weight class, both earning berths to the North Carolina State Championship. 2 other young men were 1 match away from attending the state tournament. Jeremiah Nobles tied for 7th place in the state, and Jaden McClary placed 3rd. And whereas students are all required to maintain their grades and be proper ambassadors in the community, always representing Cougar pride. And whereas many of the athletes boasted a 4.0 GPA or better, and are members of a variety of extracurricular activities, including student government, National Honor Society, Fellowship of Christian Athletes, Tech Club, School Podcast Group, multiple college courses, ROTC, and Interact Club. And whereas these young men and women sacrifice time, weekends, and sometimes good food in order to lay it all on the line in one-on-one combat and represent Goldsboro High School. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim April 15th, 2024 as a day of congratulations and recognition for the Goldsboro High School 2024 wrestling team, and the manner by which these young men and women exemplify the high standards expected of student athletes as they balance the demands of sports, academics, leadership, and the community. Cougar pride.
Cougar pride. Yeah. Do we have any representatives do we have any representatives from the 2024 wrestling team?
Hey, can we have Coach McClary? Could you come up? And I just want.
Then we'll see who's willing to use it. That's all right. That's all right. When we got something good to talk about, we need to talk about it, guys. And we're trying. This council is committed to trying to make sure that we're doing everything we can do to highlight what makes this a wonderful place to be and the right choice for families. And so, I'm gonna hand the microphone to somebody. I'm not just gonna stand up here. All right. All right.
A little scared to give it to him. Makes me nervous. No, this is our second year. We started the program back up. Those of you who might know, Goldsboro used to be the staple of wrestling in this place, in this whole area. It used to run through here to go to state, and we're going to bring it back there again. So every one of these ladies and gentlemen up here, they're not only good wrestlers, they're good people, and that's what we teach. That's what we learn. That's who we are. So when we say Cougar Pride, we live it every day, every one of us.
All right, so with that, Latoya, we'll do some pictures. Would y'all like one just the team first, and then you get one with me? How do y'all want to do this? All right, well, then I'll get right up here with you. Here, slide right on over. Keep a little guy. You were the one that had somebody else. Y'all kind of pile in here. And then you take charge and make it all right. All right, next we will move into ceremonial documents. We'll begin with item G, a National Day of Prayer proclamation to be read by Councilwoman Weeks.
National Day of Prayer proclamation. Whereas civic prayers and national days of prayer have a long and venerable history in our constitutional republic, dating back to the First Continental Congress in 1775. And whereas the Declaration of Independence, our first statement as Americans of national purpose and identity, made the laws of nature and nature's God the foundation of our United States of America, and asserted that people have inalienable rights that are God-given. And whereas created in 1952 by a joint resolution of the United States Congress and signed into law by President Harry S. Truman, the mission and purpose is to encourage prayer for our country and personal repentance. And whereas in 1988, legislation setting aside the first Thursday in May of each year as a National Day of Prayer was passed unanimously by both houses of Congress and signed by President Ronald Reagan. And whereas the Supreme Court has affirmed the right of state legislatures to open their sessions with prayer, and the Supreme Court and the U.S. Congress themselves begin each day with prayer. And whereas the National Day of Prayer is an opportunity for Americans of all faiths to join in united prayer, to acknowledge our dependence on God, to give thanks for blessings received, to request healing for wounds endured, and to ask God to guide our leaders and bring wholeness to the United States and her citizens. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim Thursday, May the 2nd, 2024, as a National Day of Prayer, in observance of the National Day of Prayer in the city of Goldsboro, North Carolina, and commend this observance to our citizens. I'd like to invite Pastor Wiley to come up to receive the proclamation.
Thank you. So this is unscheduled. You know, when something gets is on the presentations, it's because we're presenting it. You know, when it's a ceremonial document, it's a ceremonial document. However, you decide to stay, and we're going to call that divine intervention, which I think you can get.
Please get the mic, Mayor Gaylor.
I know. Come on, be better, Mayor. So, Father Wiley, if you would
you're here at least once a month, opening us with prayer. Would you talk a little bit about your role with the city and why it is that you're here every month?
Sure. So not only am I a local pastor, but I'm also a volunteer chaplain for the Goldsboro Police Department. So it was through my capacity there that I was invited, I think, to come and do invocations frequently. And it's a good way, I think, to spread the love of God to everybody in the community. So thank you.
Thank you so much for the work that you've done guiding our men and women. So. Those wondering, yes, I am getting my steps in, and I will be releasing the number later on. And last is another ceremonial document, Autism Awareness Month, and I'll read this proclamation myself. Autism Awareness Month proclamation. Whereas the City of Goldsboro is guided by the principles of inclusivity and its commitment to help improve the lives of all individuals in the diverse community we serve. And whereas autism impacts people regardless of race, ethnicity, socioeconomic backgrounds, and whereas while conditions characterized with autism may cause differences in communication, social skills, and behaviors, and individuals within the autistic community present strengths and challenges. And whereas in the month of April we strive to promote autism awareness, inclusion, and acceptance, and are committed to providing equitable access to services, events, and activities that support self-determination for all autistic individuals. And whereas the City of Goldsboro recognizes the importance of creating spaces that beyond acceptance provides opportunities for representation and celebration of all autistic people. And whereas the City of Goldsboro seeks to create a socially conscious community that values and celebrates the unique individuals within the autistic community, which celebrates all kinds of minds. Now therefore be it resolved that the Goldsboro City Council does hereby proclaim the month of April 2024 as Autism Awareness Month, and encourages the community to join advocacy efforts and to learn more about autism to improve early diagnosis, to learn more about the experiences of autistic people from autistic people, and to build more welcoming and inclusive communities to support people with autism. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and affix the seal of the City of Goldsboro. So, thank you for that. And that is the only one that was a true ceremonial document. So, with that, Council, we will move into our public hearings. We'll begin with item I believe community relations. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have the fiscal year 24-25 annual action plan presentation and public hearing. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, has allocated $361,561 in CDBG and $293,636 in home funds to the City of Goldsboro for fiscal year 24-25 to develop viable communities by providing integrated approaches that provide decent housing, suitable living environments, and expand economic opportunities for persons of low and moderate income. In addition, there are prior year funds allocated to the city that remain available to support previously programmed and ongoing community development activities. Due to the restrictive use of funds placed on the home program to focus on projects and/or activities designed exclusively to create affordable housing for low-income households, the city has historically each year carried over a substantial amount of prior year home funds when it has not undertaken large development projects. Staff have developed plans and are currently working with interested developers to responsibly spend these funds in the upcoming fiscal year towards large affordable housing projects. A draft copy of the 24-25 annual action plan was made available to the public on April 4th, 2024 for a 30-day comment period that runs through May 5th, 2024. A community public meeting was held on April 9th at the Housing Authority of the City of Goldsboro's DuPont Center during the regular meeting of the Commission on Community Relations and Development to discuss priorities and eligible activities. During this evening's regular meeting of the City Council, staff will provide the council with a presentation highlighting proposed activities for the FY 24-25 Annual Action Plan and opening a public hearing to gather public input on the use of these federal funds. All public meetings and hearings, as well as the availability of the draft plan for public review and comment, were duly advertised in the Goldsboro News Argus, as well as on the city's website and other local media outlets. The 2024-2025 Annual Action Plan is the 5th year of implementing the 2020-2024 5-year consolidated plan. And Mayor, staff is asking that council will consider, following the public hearing, the Annual Action Plan comments, direct any appropriate changes to the plan, and approve the plan at your May 6th council meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. So with that, before you relinquish the podium, council, are there any comments or questions for Ms. Williams on the procedure? All right.
Okay, so the 2024-25 Annual Action Plan. So the Annual Action Plan provides a concise summary of the actions, activities, and the specific federal and non-federal resources that will be used each year to address the priority needs and specific goals identified by the consolidated plan. So just a note about our allocation. So last year, HUD acknowledged that it would be late in announcing grantee allocations. So they have advised us to, in order to prevent us delaying our annual action plan processes and procedures, to move forward and estimate on our current allocations. So that's what we're presenting on tonight, our anticipated allocations. So they have not yet been released as of today. Our proposed activities for FY 24-25, we do have a proposal and application in our new community development software with H.E. McNair Development. They are seeking CDBG funds for public facilities and improvements, particularly infrastructure, for new sewer lines. Abbott Crossing Apartments, it will be a multifamily development. They are seeking home funds. They have completed an application. That development will be located on Graves Drive. Eagles Safe Spot Communities, seeking CDBG funds for clearance. And then Berkeley Bluffs will be another multifamily development, and the developer has started an application for home funds for that development project. Okay, so just a quick run through of the activities for the coming fiscal year. Again, we are allotted 20% of our CDBG allocation for administration and 10% of home. Administration is to support program delivery. We are looking to do some demolition and clearance. We are limited in what we can, how much we can use towards that. So we have $35,000 that we're wanting to allocate for that. Homeowner rehabilitation, we have an active homeowner rehabilitation program ongoing currently. We do have a wait list, so we are seeking to continue serving homeowners who need rehabilitation. Project delivery supports homeowner rehabilitation. We are required, for this round, we've had a lot of older homes, and we were required to have them assessed for lead and asbestos. That is a project delivery cost, as well as getting an official professional work write-up assessment of the work that's needed. Public services, we are allowed 15% of our total CDBG allocation to grant public service monies to nonprofits who will serve low to moderate income individuals. Affordable housing, we've set aside from the current allocation the $150,000, but we do have the prior year funds that will go towards that, and that is to construct, rehabilitate rental units. Down payment assistance is an ongoing project that we will look to continue with funding it at $70,000 so that we can assist 7 first-time home buyers with down payment and closing costs. We've had an application out for a while for CHODOs. We are seeking currently a eligible CHODO, community housing development organizations, to fund at a very limited amount that's set by HUD, 15% of our home dollars. And then you see the totals there. It's cut off on the presentation. If there are no further questions, Mayor, if you could open the public hearing.
Before we do, and obviously we're getting ready to have some conversation around any potential, changes or edits or whatnot, but I do want to publicly say that your office, led by you, obviously, y'all have done an incredible job getting out from underneath, kind of a bit of a snowball, and getting back to where that you can put together a plan that you plan to actually effectuate in the next 2 months. And I'm really grateful for that work, and I realize it's not been easy. And so thank you. It's taken a lot.
Thank you, Mayor.
So with that, we will open the public hearing. Is there anyone to come forward to speak on item I, the FY 24-25 annual action plan? If you would, just come forward and state your name, and then proceed.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. My name is Phyllis Mayor James, 503 Cardinal Drive. Glad to stand before you and proud to work on the commission. Just as part of my platform, when I was running, was housing, low income to moderate income, still focusing on that. And just the importance of us streamlining the process and facilitate the application process, because in years past, the money's been sitting there because people didn't even know how to allocate or apply and jump through the hoops to get it. We need to streamline it, help those people that want to apply so we can get stuff actionable done so people can get in housing. It should not take 6 months, a year, 3 years for stuff to sit there because people are in need right now. And there's a crisis in our community. So not even just for the seniors, we've got young people that are trying to work, trying to have a place to stay, and there's still couch surfing going on. There's still people hanging out, place to place. So we're blessed to have shelter. Everyone else needs it as well. So getting that, again, exploring the Cherry Hospital option. They've demolished a lot of those old asbestos-filled homes. I know that the HUD funds cannot be used for tiny homes, but there are different things in the community where they built tiny homes for our veterans. So veterans, those, again, low to moderate income, we got, what's going to be happening in the West Oak area, but we also need to address all the other areas. So please, that infrastructure, parks, sidewalks, I'll talk about that today, especially in my 5th district, okay? But again, working on those home funds to make sure everything is there that people can enjoy our community that I've lived here since forever. Thank you.
Thank you. You would come forward and just give us the formality of stating your name and
Absolutely.
comments.
Mayor Whittle, Habitat for Humanity Executive Director. Our office is at 2719 Graves Drive here in Goldsboro. Wanted to mention a couple things regarding the HUD funds. First of all, the project that was mentioned, the Dr. H.E. McNair Street development, that is ours. That is a Habitat project. Our application is in process right now, and I look forward to talking to you tomorrow about a couple questions we had regarding. But we're excited. I want to say kudos again to Felicia and her office. They've done a great job getting the application online up and running and kind of smoothing out the process. Looking forward to continuing to work with her in her office. In addition to applying for those funds, there's most of the CBG funds for infrastructure needs to extend Berry Street into repairs for infrastructure needs on Dr. H.E. McNair Street as we look at the phase 1 of what will be a multi-year, multi-phase development. I wanted to highlight a couple other things in the annual action plan. Number one, we look at the money devoted to down payment assistance for homeowners. Those are critical dollars for low to moderate income families in our community. Right now it's budgeted at $70,000 for $10,000 each for 7 families. I would encourage the council to consider allocating more of those home dollars toward that program. That is one of the most critical programs for families who are in need of making homes affordable. In order to make that purchase price affordable, the down payment assistance makes a big difference for them. So we encourage you to consider putting more money toward that program. And also, as was mentioned before, really advertising that program. That's one that our homeowners, to be honest, they utilize it. Almost all of our homeowners that buy a house in Goldsboro have accessed that program. Not all, but almost all of them. But there are many others that are going through conventional mortgages, conventional other avenues that could utilize that program as well. And we hear time and time again that families just didn't know about it. The other thing I wanted to point out is the $44,000 or so for CHOTO funds. That 50% is a minimum that is to be devoted. It's not the maximum that has to be devoted. It is a minimum to be devoted each year to those CHOTO funds. And I would encourage that to be used for 2 homes. The original annual action plan mentioned spreading it over 3 homes. If you're going to keep it at 44, I would encourage putting that at 2 homes. With construction prices today, to make it an actual impact for a developer to make a home affordable really needs more than that $12,000. That having that 20 to 22 range really starts to get to where it really impacts a developer's ability to make a house affordable for a family. But I wanted to highlight before I wrapped up kind of the importance of this. So some of y'all are new on council. And you might look at these HUD dollars and say, why is this so important for Goldsboro? Goldsboro is an entitlement city. Goldsboro is fortunate enough. Goldsboro is the smallest city in North Carolina that gets these funds direct from the federal government. I don't know what black magic was worked years ago to make that happen. But any time that I talk to my fellow Habitat executive directors and mention that Goldsboro is an entitlement city, they're blown away. They're blown away by the fact that we have access, that we can work with our city council and our city staff to access and use HUD funds for affordable housing on a regular basis. So I want to highlight a couple of numbers for you. Since Habitat's been around, and this is timely because we're celebrating our 100th home this week. We've been around since 2001. We've been closing on homes since 2003, and we're closing on our 100th home this week, and we're celebrating that 100th home this week. So this is timely information as well. Of those 100 families, 45 of them have been impacted by those home funds being used as down payment assistance. Over the years, those amounts have varied from $10,000 all the way up to $20,000, $25,000 per family. The city has directed $775,000, a little more than $775,000 to Habitat homeowners. That's 45 families that have been impacted by those HUD dollars who are now in forever homes that were made affordable by y'all's use of those HUD dollars. Similarly, we've had 31 families that we've worked with impacted by the CHOTO allocations of those home dollars. That comes out to about $286,000, just over $286,000 of CHOTO allocations that were used to build affordable housing here in the community. 31 families impacted by that. So when you look at these numbers, we're not just looking at numbers on a spreadsheet. You're not just looking at numbers that money raining down from HUD, but what you're looking at and what you're considering are true families that are impacted, lives that are being impacted, and families in our case that are not just renting a home, but they're buying an affordable home that they're going to be living in for the rest of their lives. And so we appreciate y'all's attention to this, and we thank y'all for everything you do to support Habitat and to support affordable housing and affordable home ownership here in Goldsboro. Thank y'all.
Is there anybody else to come forward to speak on item I, the FY 2024-2025 annual action plan as presented? All right, second call. It'll be the last call. FY 2024-2025 annual action plan, item I. Is there anyone to come forward and speak? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period and move to our comments. Ms. Williams, would you come back for us? Are there any comments or questions that have been raised from the comments from the audience? Seeing none, are there any other comments, questions, or feedback for Ms. Williams and her department that you would like to see her, adjustments you'd like her to consider? I'd like you to at least take a look at it. There is a viable point, being able to put 20 as opposed to 12 into a project, but then you're also
kind of capped. And so if you don't have to say exactly the number of properties you're going to impact, that might be valuable. But you understand the semantics of that, and I'm sure that you've already taken that under advisement, so I trust you to make a good decision. Council, is there any other comments or feedback? All right, seeing none, then we'll close that portion of this as well. And so council is aware, the plan will be brought back for approval at the May 6th meeting, and we will be expected to vote at that time. Of course, it'll be disseminated via the agenda packet, and if there's any other comments for Ms. Williams, please let her know.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, we'll move to item J as a special use permit. And Ron, do you mind briefly? Special use permits, quasi-judicial. Would you just, in a couple of minutes, what pieces of evidence are we able to consider? And what pieces? Don't hand in two fingers. What?
I appreciate the pop quiz.
Yeah. But if you hadn't already answered the question a few different times, I wouldn't have put it.
We handed out sheets a few weeks ago. You can only consider the evidence presented to you in front of this council tonight.
Right.
You can't do your own investigation. You can't call somebody. You can't email somebody. You can't ride around and take a look at it. The evidence presented here, it's just like a court proceeding. That's why it's called quasi-judicial. A judge cannot go out and do his own investigation. Y'all are the judges. We talked about before, you can't consider certain evidence unless it's presented by an expert. One example is traffic count or traffic impact. The other one is somebody's opinion as far as the potential effect on the value of properties. You have to be an expert, you have to be an appraiser. So those are examples, but just keep in mind as you go through, when you see these on the agenda, you see them like you saw it Wednesday. Thursday, don't go right around and take a look at where it's at and do your own investigation. Don't call somebody and see what they think about it. And if somebody tries to approach you about it, you need to say, I can't talk about it. You can come to the meeting, present your evidence from that stand, and that's what I have to consider. I can't go out and do my own, and I can't talk to somebody without talking to somebody else.
Special use permits, again, they are a little bit different, and we're trying to be respectful of what's expected of us. So with that, Mr. Planning, if you would come forward and discuss special use 924, the Alamo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council.
Heads up,
Swear
Mark.
in.
You need to be sworn first.
Yep.
Looking for a Bible.
You solemnly swear. Pardon me. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Thank you.
Or in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. The first case before you tonight is SU 0924. This is a request for outdoor seating. It is for an existing establishment located at 122 South Center Street. The name of the business is the Alamo. It is a pool hall, billiard establishment. The owner of the property is Pacific Holdings. Mr. Riviera is the applicant. This property is located within the Central Business District. The land use designation is mixed use downtown. And again, the request is for a special use permit to construct and operate an outdoor seating area within the right-of-way of South Center Street. The property is zoned central business, and this district is intended to encourage a mix of high-intensity pedestrian-oriented uses, compatibility designed and arranged around existing compact core. The district is intended to safeguard the unique architectural character, social activity, cultural value of the downtown while promoting its continued success and redevelopment. In your packet is the copy of some maps. This is the future land use plan. that shows the subject property within the mixed-use downtown district. This map here is showing that the property is currently zoned central, is within the central business district zoning district, and this is a photograph of the subject property. The Historic Preservation Design Guidelines regulates and guides these types of developments. Although this board is not technically reviewing that portion of the plan tonight, I can assure you that the subject, the proposal can and will meet the downtown historic preservation design guidelines for outdoor seating, which is included in that manual. These are a couple of examples of how it can be done depending on the width of the sidewalk. In your packet is the application, the drawing that the applicant has submitted with his proposal, clearly showing that the project can and will meet those historic design guidelines. So, planning staff recommends City Council approve the special use permit SU 924 based on the finding of fact for a special use permit with the following condition of approval: that the applicant secure a certificate of appropriateness and all other required permits prior to construction. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, council, that's our first opportunity to ask for guidance from planning department. Is there any, are there any comments or questions at this time? Hearing none, we'll move into the actual public hearing. And as a procedural matter, anyone that does come forward to speak will need to be sworn in. So please, instead of directly coming to the microphone, please proceed to Ms. Jones. And so with that, we will open the public hearing for SU 924, the Alamo. Is there anyone to come forward and speak? Second call, is there anyone to come forward and speak for special use permit 924, the Alamo, item J on the agenda? Third and final call, is there anyone to come forward and speak for special use 924, item J on the agenda? Yeah, exactly. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And Mark, if you'll come back forward, are there anyone think of any comments or questions that they want resolved in the last few seconds? Seeing none, we'll move directly into the vote. Thank you. Sit back down. And so that, as you remember, this is a four-motion process. The first one, I will read it out, and then if someone would like to make that motion or the opposite, they can, and then we'll address the motion from there. So based on the conditions recommended by the planning staff, is there a motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
All right, motion has been made. Is there a second? All right, motion has been made and seconded that based on the conditions recommended by planning staff, that the use would not materially endanger the public health or safety. Is there any discussion on that? All right, hearing none, I will move to the vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Second motion, based on the conditions recommended by planning staff, is there a motion that the use will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property?
I make a motion.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, a motion has been made and seconded that based on the conditions recommended by planning staff, the use would not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to the vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Move to the third. Based on the conditions recommended by the planning staff, is there a motion that the use will be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located?
I make a motion.
All right, motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion has been made and seconded that based on the conditions recommended by the planning staff, the use will be in harmony with existing development and the uses within the area in which it is located. Is there any discussion on this? Hearing none, we'll move to the vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Move to the fourth motion. Based on the conditions recommended by the planning staff, is there a motion that the use will be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro Comprehensive Land Use Plan?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Mayor.
All right, motion has been made. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, motion has been made and seconded that based on the conditions recommended by planning staff, the use would be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro's comprehensive land use plan. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move to the vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. All four motions pass in the affirmative. Special use permit 924 is granted. All right. We will move to item K, special use 1024, 4-Day Movement, Inc. Planning would please deliver the brief. Does not need to be resworn.
Just a reminder, he's still under oath.
Okay.
The next case before you is SU 10-24, 4-Day Movement, Inc. This is a special population housing project for more than 6 unrelated individuals. The property is located at 1019 Royal Avenue. The property owner is 4-Day Movement. The property is currently zoned O&I and R9. The land use designation on the comprehensive land use plan shows it as being suitable for commercial endeavors. The applicant is requesting a special use permit to operate a special population housing facility with more than 9 individuals. 4-Day Movement, Inc. requests a special use permit to establish temporary supportive housing for the underprivileged, homeless, mentally challenged, and other at-risk members of the community. 4-Day Movement, Inc. is a 501c3 nonprofit organization and is seeking approval to operate a facility at the former site of the Woodard Retirement Village. So the proposed location is a multi-building facility with adequate parking and public utilities and services to include water, sewer, electric, police, and fire protection. The property contains approximately 18 on-site parking spaces and 2 driveway access points to Royal Avenue. In your packet is a vicinity map of the project, clearly showing that the property is within the O&I and R9 zoning district. This is a picture of the facility from Royal Avenue, or a portion of the facility. This property is split zoned and located within office, institutional, and R9 residential zoning district. The O&I district is established to provide for development of office and community institutional uses that have similar development characteristics and require locations close to residential and commercial uses. The R9 district is established to accommodate both single and multifamily residential uses. Special population housing for more than 6 unrelated individuals is a permitted use in both zoning districts with a city council issued special use permit. The adjacent land uses more or less include the properties to the northeast are zoned R9 with single-family dwellings. To the northwest, you'll find some R9 and some neighborhood businesses. That's single-family dwellings and commercial uses along that corridor. To the southeast and across the railroad right-of-way, you'll find some R6 and R9 zone properties with single-family dwellings, and the same to the southwest with some O&I and some R9. The future land use plan has identified the subject property parcels as being suitable for commercial uses. The comprehensive land use plan also describes the O&I zoning district as a district. Office institutional land uses, including high-density residential, have been located primarily within the area and have already been developed or requires buffering to prevent potential conflicts. So, as you can see, the property is already developed, and this is the comprehensive land use plan showing that the property is suitable for commercial endeavors. Planning staff recommends the City Council approve the special use permit SU 10-24 based on the finding of fact for a special use permit with the following conditions of approval: that the applicant secure site plan approval and comply with all applicable buffering and landscape requirements listed in the City of Goldsboro's Unified Development Ordinance. I will be happy to answer any questions you may have, and Mr. Cole, the owner-operator, is present.
Mr. Helmer, thank you for the brief. Council, are there any, again, this is the first round of opportunity to ask questions. Council, are there any initial questions or comments from council for Mr. Helmer?
One question.
Yes, Councilwoman.
I know that there is a daycare located just a few doors down from where this will be. Can you tell me what the buffer, could you give me an example of what that will be like?
So there essentially will need to be some landscape between, you see the yellow line there, particularly to the rear of the properties, where it abuts up to those other properties that are a line of, on 4th Street, there's a line of residential properties there, and along Wayne Memorial, there's some residential and some commercial properties there. They're probably, the building is serving as a buffer, but there is possible need for additional landscaping, particularly on the southeast side of the property, between the facilities and those single-family residential properties in the back. There's possibly a need for some landscaping on the west side, but what we'll do is, if the applicant secures a special use permit, we'll request the applicant to submit a drawing showing existing landscaping, and we'll give the applicant credit for existing landscaping, and then we'll look at it in terms of where additional landscaping is required to ensure that there's some buffer between this and the residential uses adjacent to this project. I'm not sure exactly where the daycare is. Is it the property all the way over there on to the right? I'm not sure. I know on the Wayne Memorial, there's some commercial properties. There's a strip center there and a couple of small businesses on that corridor, but
There are a couple of houses.
yeah, they're okay.
Any other comments or questions from council for Mr. Helmer this first round? All right, Mr. Helmer, you are relieved at least for a few moments. And so with that, we will open the public hearing for special use permit 1024, 4-Day Movement Inc., item K on the agenda for those following along at home. And anyone wishing to come forward and speak, please be reminded to go to our assistant clerk, Ms. Jones, to be sworn in. And then after that, come to the podium. So with that, we will officially open SU 1024, 4-Day Movement Inc., item K on the agenda. Anyone wishing to speak, please come forward. Second call. We're having a public hearing for SU 1024, 4-Day Movement Inc., item K on the agenda. Is there anyone to speak? Come forward. All right. Third and final call for special use permit 1024, 4-Day Movement Inc., item K on our agenda. Is there anyone to come forward and speak in this public hearing? Hearing none, we will close the public hearing. So with that, Mr. Helmer, if you'll come back forward for us. So on the brief, there was a condition, correct?
Yes.
And so we, council, if we were to do motions to the affirmative, we would need to include that based on the conditions recommended. Correct?
Yes, if you so choose. Yeah.
That may have been more of a procedural question for me than anyone else, but I appreciate it. So, council, any comments or questions for Mr. Helmer, or any other planning staff? Hearing none, we'll move into the motion. So with that, based on the conditions recommended by the planning staff, is there a motion that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety?
I make a
So
motion.
move.
Motion is made and
I'll second it.
seconded.
Mhm.
Motion has been made and seconded that based on the conditions recommended by planning staff, the use would not materially endanger the public health or safety. Is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing none, we'll move for the vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. Motion number 2, based on the conditions recommended by planning staff, is there a motion that the use will not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property?
I make a motion.
All right, motion has been made and properly seconded that based on the conditions recommended by planning staff, The use would not substantially injure the beneficial use of adjoining or abutting property. Is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing none, we'll move for the vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. We'll move to motion number 3. Based on the conditions recommended by planning staff, is there a motion that the use will be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located?
So moved.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion has been made and seconded that based on the conditions recommended by planning staff, the use will be in harmony with existing development and uses within the area in which it is located. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll move into the vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion 3 passes. Lastly, motion 4, based on the conditions recommended by planning staff, is there a motion that the use will be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro Comprehensive Land Use Plan?
I make a motion.
Motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded that based on the conditions recommended by planning staff, the use will be in general conformity with the City of Goldsboro Comprehensive Land Use Plan. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll move into the vote. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. Seeing none, motion passes. All 4 motions pass in the affirmative. Special use permit 1024 for 4-Day Movement, Inc. Item K on the agenda is approved. All right, that we will move directly into, and if anyone would like to exit after that, obviously we can pause for just a second to allow that to happen, and then after that we will move into our public comment period. All right, we'll officially begin our public comment period. Ms. Jones, who's our first speaker? Oh, sorry. Once you have the list, if you would please.
Peter Stewart.
And if we would restart his time once he actually gets to the podium, please. Give us just a second. We'll make sure that your full time is up. So, your name and then please proceed.
My name's Peter Stewart. We've communicated via email. I'm here basically because, number one, I don't have kids. I mentioned kids in the emails and the thing, but I witnessed the stuff that goes on this road. And Wednesday would have been great if I could have filmed it, because this big black truck that comes through there all the time, you know, we've lowered the speed limit, but it's almost been like, you know, blood in the water, because the sharks are coming through so fast now, it's ridiculous.
For public dissemination, which street are we talking about?
Thoroughfare.
Perfect. Just making sure it was on record.
And it is an ongoing thing, but the children I'm concerned of are the ones that, by the way, the school buses, they pull up in front and start honking in front of houses because people won't let their kids out there because this road is so crazy. And yes, you did send, we did have police that came and sat for 2 hours. This is a 24-hour bunch of garbage that goes on this road, and we're helpless with things. I mean, I pull out into my yard, out of my driveway, and cars will come over the railroad track and they'll run up on me, and I'm already moving 35 to 40 miles an hour. And it is ongoing, and the trucks come through like that. And we need protection. And the wild thing is the mailbox is on the other side of the road. So anybody who has to step out on this road to go to the mailbox, it's psycho. And I asked my friend down the road, Cornell Wilder, I said, what do you do when you go to the road? He said, I stand there and I wait till I don't see anybody. And he said, I keep looking towards the railroad tracks the whole way over. But it's crazy. They come off there. And see, he's 82, but Warren, who didn't make it here, his mother Mary, she can't go to the mailboxes. My friend Francis can't. Francis is my age plus a little bit. And it's just, we need to get to some solution. And I mean, it's right now, school buses, that black truck that I was talking about, he came up on the school bus so fast, and they had their red lights blinking. I don't know if their little signs were out or not, but he passed. He just went on through. And these are kids getting off and on those school buses. I'm sorry.
You're fine, but I do have to stop you to
I'm
maintain
getting
our
gone.
to maintain our decorum. I do have to stop you, but I hear you, and our chief of police, who's right behind you, also hears you. We know we have to do more on Thursday.
Well, that place has been ignored for a long time.
I have to stop you this time, but we will be out there more.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Ms. Jones.
Hildegard Fawcett. And to IT, I believe we have a PowerPoint that should be.
All right, we'll wait until the PowerPoint is up, and then we'll begin. All right, please.
Can I start?
Thank you.
Okay. Mayor and Council, hi. My name is Hildegard Fawcett, and I will be presenting data that we collected on April 5th at Market on Mulberry. I want to thank those of you who came out and showed support. It really means a lot to us. It was greatly appreciated. First, I did want to stop and highlight this picture on the first slide. I love seeing the Wayne County Museum in the background, and all the colorful tents and vendors and customers, and it makes me proud to know that, like, this is in our downtown. And next, we have more photos from the market of vendors and customers. And so we ended up taking 3 surveys. We did a shopper survey, a vendor survey, and a merchant survey. We collected 50 responses from our shopper survey. The first question we asked was, how did you hear about this event? And 46% heard about it from social media, 36% heard it from word of mouth, and 18% just stopped because they saw it on the street. Next, we asked, have you ever shopped with the merchants on East Mulberry Street before tonight, specifically Rye, Good Times, and 3 Olive Chic? 54% said that they had not, and 46% said that they have. Next, we asked, will you be visiting any other downtown businesses tonight? And only 12% of shoppers said that they weren't, and 88% of shoppers said that they would be visiting a bar, restaurant, or other business downtown. Next, we asked if they had trouble finding a parking space. 100% said no. And next, we asked, would you be interested in attending future street markets in downtown Goldsboro? And 100% of shoppers said yes. Lastly, we just asked if the event was accessible for them and left an area for feedback. And feedback includes, it got us out of the house and looking at stores we've never been before. Perfect location, great event, please keep these going. Such a great attraction for our downtown. Can shop local and eat downtown all in one. Next is our vendor survey, and we received 13 responses. The average vendor sales for the market were $227.50, and we asked the vendors if they would be interested in future street markets in downtown Goldsboro, and 100% of them did say yes. Next, we asked for vendor feedback. Feedback includes, I love the unique vendors that were chosen. So many people had items that I have not seen in typical retail stores. I also very much enjoyed the partnership with the shops located on Mulberry. Loved interacting with the community. It was very well organized and promoted. Lastly, we had a merchant survey, and we received 3 responses. And we asked, the first thing we asked was, did you see an increase in foot traffic on Friday, April 5th compared to typical Friday nights? And 100% of them said yes. Then we asked the merchants to compare their sales from Market on Mulberry to an average Friday within the last month. And sales were doubled for some of those merchants, and some increased by hundreds of dollars. So in conclusion, it is our hope that this data is taken into consideration during policy discussion and future street closure votes. This data proves the positive impacts that a street market, which is a free public community event, can have in downtown Goldsboro. And of course, I want to invite all of you to what we hope will not be our last Market on Mulberry on May 3rd from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
That is
Oh.
the 3 minutes. I
Oh.
realized that, sorry,
Yeah,
I was
I
expecting the 30-second ding.
Okay.
So I do have to stop you.
Yeah.
However, obviously you have council members' emails. If you'd like to send the presentation out,
Mhm.
obviously I'm sure that you
Great.
can.
Yeah.
I do have to stop you to maintain our decorum, but I'm glad the event was.
Yeah. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Jones?
And the last one I have on our list is Rodney Robinson.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. My name is Rodney Robinson. I currently don't have an address, but I'm here, thankfully. I wanted to speak with you guys about a few things. First of all, I wanted to read something to you all. It says, "Verily I tell you, we speak of what we know, and we testify to what we have seen. But still, you people do not accept our testimony." That's John chapter 3, verses 11 and 12. Homelessness is a huge problem here, and it seems like when people fall, it's even harder to get back up. Getting back up, few low-income apartments, HUD may take months. A person has no idea sometimes where to start. They have no hope, no strength, or ambition to even try. They are broken, hopeless, and helpless. Let me speak on facts because I know. I've been there. I've been homeless. I've been I slept in my car downtown. I've slept place to place. So I understand and know what it feels like to be homeless. I'm focusing on the root of the issue, which is to stop an eviction before it happens. There should never be a reason for a single mother or anyone to be homeless on a street corner, woods, or in any highly drug-rated motel. There are so many failed systems, lack of concern, and lack of compassion. It seems as though everyone is not knowledgeable in the area of homelessness or maybe even crime, or they don't care. You cannot tell me that the work have not been done. I'm also following up with the complaint I made for the Goldsboro Housing Authority. I received a call today that that case was closed. Mr. Anthony Goodson obviously caught amnesia from August of last year until now. He don't know who I am. But I am here to say that there are people speaking out, and there are people standing up about the poor conditions, the mismanagement, the discrimination, all this, the crime that's going on in the Goldsboro Housing Authority complex. I am not the only person. Mr. Ty is not the only person. There are numerous people that have reached out to organizations, council members for help. So it is an issue, and like I said before, I have all of my documents and my proof that I paid all my rent. My rent was paid on time. I've always taken over to pay my rent, but they evicted me a month after I went to speak to Anthony Goodson in September. In August, and then in September, that's when I received that eviction notice. He knows who I am. He heard my voice, and there's something that needs to be done about it. And also, I want to say that they're making the city of Goldsboro look bad. I'm just going to tell you right now. It says the City of Goldsboro Housing Authority. Y'all just need to take the city of Goldsboro off. They don't even have no authority, so it should just be housing. And it's just sad and it's ridiculous that someone like myself should be out in the streets because I spoke up. God bless you.
Thank you, Rodney. Ms. Jones?
That is the last name I have on the list.
All right.
I'm not sure if anybody else wishes to speak.
Our policy is that you please sign in at the beginning of it, and so we'll proceed through the next item. So with that, we'll close the public comment period, and we will return to our consent agenda items. We were on item B of the agenda, I believe. Actually, Mr. Livingston, I will refer back to you if you would please walk us through the remaining items on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we're on actually T, which is state grant funding for the water reclamation facility system upgrade, public utilities.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council.
I have 3 items. They're all similar to this, so I'll make it kind of quick. There's state grant funding available twice a year to support water and wastewater projects. The City of Goldsboro utility staff has recommended the design build team for the plant upgrade. They will be responsible for applying for these fundings. The design build team collaborates with and prepares application projects funding for the North Carolina Division of Water Infrastructure, North Carolina DWI, Clean Water State Revolving Fund, and to facilitate the upgrade of the expansion of the WRF. So we're trying to get some monies to help us appropriate with that upgrade. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt the attached resolution authorizing the mayor and interim manager to sign for the NCDEQ DWI WRF plant upgrade governance and funding grant applications, as well as the contractual agreements with the design build team for the WRF plant upgrade.
Council, any questions on this item? Hearing none. Matt, proceed at your leisure.
Go ahead, Bert.
Okay, the next one would be the proposal for CDM Smith to apply for evaluation for pilot testing grant for PFAS studies on behalf of the City of Goldsboro. If you've noticed, I think it was announced just before this weekend, that the state is going to regulate the PFAS amounts in the water, drinking water. We have 5 years to establish ways to clean that water. In that time frame, I think it's 2 years, if I'm not mistaken, that we do a pilot testing to find out what kind of remedies would be the best to remove the PFAS out of the water. This application here will be for CDM Smith to do that pilot testing. Staff recommends the council to adopt the attached resolution authorizing the mayor and interim city manager to allow CDM Smith to apply for the pilot testing on behalf of the City of Goldsboro for the purpose of PFAS testing and studies.
I want to throw this one out there. I guess it was going on 2 years ago now when we were asked to join the class action suit. As soon as you started looking through what the issues were, you started immediately looking to see what you could do with additional carbon filtering and additional systems, because immediately you saw that this is a potential harm to the citizens that are receiving water from the City of Goldsboro. You didn't wait 5 years from now. You started then.
That's correct.
And I just want to be very public about that, and one in praise, but also in reassurance that we have folks who don't wait for the federal requirement to come forward and say, you've got to go do this. We have folks that as soon as they see that there's a potential need, they go start trying. I don't know that I was in the form of a question. I just wanted to make sure that the public was aware that this was not something we're starting today. This is something you started a while back.
Yeah, you're correct, Mayor. Public utilities, the water plant staff has been very proactive on trying to remedy this problem. Even though our numbers are low, we're still not at the compliance that the EPA is requiring us to do. So this is what we are being proactive, like you said, with the PAC or the activated carbon to help reduce that PFAS in the system.
Ultimately, what technology do you believe is going to have to be deployed?
I'm thinking it's going to go in a membrane type or bead resin type issue. That's not the most expensive one, but it is the most common one. The PAC, I think to take care of spikes, I don't think that would be the best one to use. But the pilot study should show us, and that's what these funds would be used to find out what that's for. So
thank you for your guidance on that.
The second one.
Go ahead, Bert.
Yeah, the second one is also for a PFAS grant, and this is after we decide what pilot testing we're going to use. We would actually buy the equipment. Obviously, that grant is going to be much higher than the pilot testing. So we're asking CDM Smith also to undertake that and have recommendations that the mayor and interim manager allow CDM Smith to follow that and on behalf of the city of Goldsboro.
Mayor, I would just add real quick, those grants are separate from the PFAS settlement.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's a third defendant, Tyco, and that defendant is a settlement's is also pending approval at this point, and the city's still part of that class involved in the Tyco settlement as well. So I've reported previously on 2 different entities, and this will be a third that will be paying some monies into those funds that would at some point come to the city to help with the PFAS situation and cleanup.
Yeah. So.
We'll make sure you knew that was separate from this grant situation. Okay.
Council comments, questions, feedback? Hearing none, Matt, keep.
I believe that's all we have for consent agenda items, unless I'm misreading something. We got departmental reports, that's.
And those, of course, were included in the agenda packet. So with that, it's time to vote on the consent agenda with the exclusion of items S and T on that were moved to items requiring individual action. So I'll entertain a motion to approve items L through Y with the exclusion of S and T.
I make a motion.
All right, motion's been made. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion's been made. A second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we will move into the vote. Ms. Jones, if you would do a roll call for us.
Mayor Gaylor,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Matthews,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones,
Yes.
Councilman Boyette,
Yes.
Councilwoman Taylor,
Yes.
Councilwoman Weeks,
Yes.
Councilman White.
Yes.
Motion passes. Consent agenda is approved. All right, we'll move into item X, or heading X, items requiring individual action. Off of the sheet that was out there, item Z was removed. That was duplicative, and it was actually addressed during new business in the work session. And so we have items S and T as items requiring individual action. Matt, if you would please walk us through these two as they're taken off of the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item S is a Center Street Jam Concert Series, temporary street closure. Yeah, this is typically done, starting up in May. I think the first one's sometime mid-May. I'm not exactly sure of the date, the first one, but do we have the chief here that can kind of explain the, what his staff does for the actual closing and the event in general?
Manager, you wanted me to explain what we do in the street closure, or just go down what areas of the street are to be closed?
Just
Basically,
what
all the
areas-
street closures,
what
we put
areas
up
will be
cones
closed.
and prevent pedestrians and traffic from going down the street. We don't staff it unless we're asked to do so, but I think that's a consideration we need to have, that if we're going to be required to staff it, maybe the event organizer should pay an off-duty rate to make sure I can guarantee the officers to be there.
We want Center Street
Either or, street closures in general.
So item S, did you have a brief packet in the consent agenda that we could go back to?
Yes.
If you would, let's go back to item S from the consent agenda and go through that brief packet for council.
Absolutely. Item S was the Center Street Jam Concert Series temporary street closing. The City of Goldsboro Downtown Development Department, in conjunction with the Downtown Goldsboro Development Corporation, look forward to hosting the annual Center Street Jam Summer Concert Series. The Center Street Jam is a community favorite event, bringing crowds of 1,500 to 3,500 to enjoy live music, fellowship, food from local vendors. As always, the Center Street Jam concerts are free, family-friendly, and open to the public. The event will be hosted every other Thursday from 6 p.m. until 9 p.m. at the Hub in the 200 block of South Center Street. The event dates are May 2nd, May 16th, May 30th, June 13th, June 27th, July 11th, July 25th, and August 8th. For the safety of event goers, Downtown Development Department and DGDC are requesting the closure of the northbound lane of South Center Street from Spruce to Chestnut from 4 p.m. until 9:30 p.m. And then it's requested by motion to grant the requested temporary street closing of the northbound lanes of South Center Street from Spruce to Chestnut, and a partial closure of East Chestnut Street from Center Street to Chestnut Street, PD parking lot, as stated above.
All
All right, council, any questions for Chief West on this one?
I do have a quick question.
Councilmember White, please.
You just stated that y'all don't staff it, so you don't work it at all.
Now, we don't work the street closure. We close the streets, but we man the event for security. We'll walk the event and have officers
Okay,
down there,
that's
but
what
they're not.
I was.
Right, they're not.
Because I know there's alcohol out there.
Yep, absolutely, yes, sir.
Council, are there any comments, questions on item S? So, as everyone is aware, we are working on a updated policy, a revised policy on how to do special events and how to do street closures. I voted in favor of one of the other unsuccessful street closure applications that was right at the hub. And I still believe that this one, I can't imagine having a policy where that an event like this that is a Keystone event series would not be an approvable thing. I absolutely understand council's reticence and wanting to ensure that we have a policy in place before we are approving things. I echo that sentiment as well. For me, I can't foresee a policy coming that would disqualify our Center Street Jam series. So to me, it is a bit of I won't say a moot point, but it is a bit of an inconsequential stall if we wait on this one. And so I would ask council to approve item S, the Center Street Jam Concert Series temporary street closure at this time.
I make a motion.
I got a question before you make your motion.
Sure.
That's okay.
Councilman White.
So it says both the Downtown Development Commission and the Downtown Development Department, right? Describe for me the difference between the two, and how do we know who's doing what?
Okay, so city staff, and Matt, you might be the better one to answer some of this. All right, go for it. Just
So
the
you've
difference
got-
between the actual DDO and then DGDC, the nonprofit with all the volunteers.
So we have the Downtown Development Department, the DDD, which is 3 employees. And their role is to, they're funded through the municipal service district, part of that fund, so therefore, it's a special taxing district within the downtown area. To organize.
Billy Mike.
Oh, I'm sorry. To help assist businesses downtown to organize the Main Street program. So that's their central role. I guess economic revitalization and economic development within the downtown area, which includes helping to run these events that we have, like the Arts and Entertainment Series and the Center Street Jams and things like that. Now you've got the other arm of that, the DGDC, which is a 501c3 nonprofit. They're the arm that's basically designed to do some things that the city necessarily couldn't do. So they can, like, for example, they bought the building where the Downtown Development Department is, and they also have a bed and breakfast above that, which they rent out successfully, and that helps them offset the cost of that mortgage on that particular piece of property. So their role is to, they can be more creative. They don't have quite as many hoops to jump through to be able to partner with other people in doing revitalization or downtown transformation projects. So that's why you need the two of them work together, and the city also works in trying to come up with those public-private partnerships and help out where we can. So it's really about those public-private partnerships that they can do as the DGDC.
So who is asking for the street closures? Which part of it?
Well, that's mostly the downtown development, because that's who's putting it on, but they've got volunteers that are helping them through DGDC, things like that. It's mostly downtown, because I would say that it's more of a city event. It's been going on for a long time, Chief. I don't know.
It has. I don't know the exact number of years, but it's been several.
Decades.
And then my last thing is about the street closure. And I know that the one that the Mr. Mayor is talking about it was going for it on a small batch. And they wanted to do the same as identical thing and have the streets closed. And there was some pushback about being a for-profit thing. And I just think that we need to be consistent in what we recommend and approve. And we also talked about the length of time that it would be closed. So I just think that we need to be consistent with when we approve.
Obviously, a lot of this discussion has to happen amongst us. Is there any other specific questions to direct to Chief West so that he's not having to hold the podium down? Chief, if you'd like to be seated, we'll continue this discussion, and we'll bring you back up for item.
Thank you.
So with item S, all of the feedback received here is valuable, and I agree with most of it. It's a matter of trying to weigh it all and get a policy in place. Even with that, does anyone reasonably foresee a policy where that this would not be? It's kind of my, and so I don't want to cut off our nose to spite our face. If you would.
That's a good question, Mayor. And I don't think any of us are going to deny this street closure for this event, right? The only issue that we have to consider and that we should consider is we even said ourselves that we would forego agreeing on street closures until we had something in place. I support the street closures. I support all of them because people are bringing business downtown and bringing people downtown that would otherwise not come. We saw the proof in some surveys that were taken just from that one event downtown. So we know it works. But this board has picked and choose what they're going to support based on a small personal criteria. So we should forego our personal interest in this. And I'm not saying interest in the actual event. I'm just saying it seems that we are using our own personal checklist for these events. We should have something solid in place moving forward. I don't think there's going to be a policy that is going to prohibit the Summer Street Jams. Not at all. But what I am fearful of is that we're just going to have a policy that eliminates the small batch. And those events that are like that, which is very similar on a very smaller scale as our Summer Street Jams. Vendors that are going to be collecting money, food trucks that are going to be collecting money. We ourselves sell beer tokens and tickets. So I don't see what the difference is, just the location. So I just want us to consider, we said ourselves that we were not going to approve any street closures until we had a policy in place. I'm just asking us to make good on our word. Not that we're going to create something to eliminate it. Let's just make good on our word. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Councilman White, Councilman Boyette, and then is anyone else?
Just to restate again what, and to Pro Tem's point, I stand by my comments and my position the whole time through as we navigate this process that I would not be in favor of approving any for-profit street closures until we get this policy in place. That said, as I've said before, this is a city-sponsored event for the public good and is not even in the same wheelhouse in my mind as what the small batch was. So we're looking at apples and oranges in my mind. So I know that this council and the staff is in the process of putting together a policy so we can move forth with events such as small batch. Not to single that one out, but since that's the topic of discussion, so that the board and the staff is working as fast as possible to get a policy in place to be able to address that segment of requests. So again, this is a city-sponsored event, a public event for the public good, sort of like the Juneteenth that we heard earlier and the road run that we'll hear after this. So I stand by my comments from the beginning, which is I'm not in favor of any more for-profit or street closures until we get that policy in place. However, this is different, and in my mind, as an apples and oranges kind of comparison. That's my comments, and of course, I already made a motion, but.
Well, that motion died for a lack of second, so we'll revisit the motion. Is there, and to be fair, you could remake the motion. I just wanted to make sure that we had any discussion.
Yeah.
I thought the discussion cut the motion off.
I do,
All right.
go ahead,
Councilwoman
because I
Weeks.
spoke already. You go ahead.
Councilwoman Weeks, and then
I
we're
guess,
turning
I
to
guess
Councilwoman.
my question is I don't see how it could be different than apple and oranges if you're selling and collecting money, you're selling and collecting money regardless of who's sponsoring.
It's the city.
Regardless of who's sponsoring it, if you're selling and collecting money, it's the same thing. So it might be a grapefruit in the orange, but it ain't apples and orange.
Well, I realize,
Sorry, Ms. Jones.
I'm
all
okay.
right, Ms.
no,
Jones,
you
please.
go, Beverly was first, go ahead.
You're fine.
You go ahead.
I was just going to say, I am for street closures if it is a city-sponsored event. I am totally against closing down the streets for a non-sponsored city event. We have brick-and-mortar stores downtown, and we are trying to encourage people to come downtown, shop in their shops, eat in their restaurants. They're paying leases, they're paying taxes, they're paying employees, they're paying water bills, and we are offering the same benefits for being downtown, but just for a small fee, when these other individuals are paying overhead. They're paying, the merchants are paying for taxes, they're paying all of those things. And so when we close the streets, it does take away from the brick and mortar merchants downtown. I know because I walked the streets some the other night too and spoke to some of the merchants who were discouraged because the people were not eating in their restaurants, but they were eating at the food trucks and those things. I think that unless it's a city-sponsored event, I'm just letting you know, I'm totally against shutting down the streets.
Right. Are there any other comments and questions on this specific street closure? And obviously, we've got to move to item T, which is somewhat going to rehash some of this, but with item S, the Center Street Jam Concert Series.
I don't think we should approve any street closures until we have a policy. The city should not take any type of priority over anybody in the city. We should follow the exact same rules that everybody else does. And I don't want to participate in anything that puts me higher than anybody else. The rules should be the rules for everybody. And the only thing I can deal with is the information that was presented tonight that showed from those merchants and other individuals that was there at that event with that one food truck. It wasn't multiple food trucks, it was just one. And I actually left that event to go into one of our local restaurants downtown, even in that. So again, it shouldn't come from a personal perspective. We should deal with policy because that will eliminate our personal feelings about it. And I think it's getting personal, and I would never put politics over people. So we should not make any decisions. I don't care whose event it is, just to be consistent and to let everybody know that you're just as important as the city and we shouldn't take priority because that event is going to do the same thing that small batch event did. Collected money from, it did the same thing. It did the exact same thing. We should not decide at all. And with staff working so hard and with the mayor working so hard, like everybody has said tonight, I would assume that we'll have a policy by the end of this week. They can send it out. We can go ahead and talk about it. And then we can call a special meeting to make a decision. We don't have to wait until the next meeting. We know that. So let's not act like we have to stall and put things off. No, we can go ahead and get that policy in place. Let's send it out. Let's schedule a meeting and let's decide on it. If it's priority and if it's that important. But I think it's more important for us to make good on our word.
I see this differently. When we're doing city events, and I understand that they're buying and selling, they're doing the same thing. But for me, the difference is that they don't have to. Whenever you come to Juneteenth or whenever you go to City Jam, you're coming there as a community. You're coming there to enjoy people, your friends, people that you haven't seen, but you don't have to buy anything at all. I don't like to echo people, but I do agree with City Councilman Chris and City Councilwoman Beverly, I would like for us to see these two events that I hope will get approved is for the community. It's for the community. It's all about the community and our constituents, and they don't have to come out. They don't have to buy anything. But when you go to the other events, the only reason that you are coming out is to purchase something. And with City Street Jam, you could just go, enjoy the music, dance, enjoy your friends, and go home. You know, even though some people do buy things, but that is what it's created for. And that's the way I look at it.
With all due respect, and I'm gonna stop this because I'm not the spokesperson for Small Batch, but what I will say is it's not a fair statement to say out loud that you have to buy something when you go to that market. We just had a survey where the facts were laid out to us that some people did not buy anything. They came down for the fellowship. They actually came down and went to other shops. It is not a fair statement to say that they have to buy something. Let's not do that. Let's stick to facts and let's stick to policy.
I know that I would not come downtown, and that's just me personally. I would not come down to an event if I was not prepared to buy something, because I do not want to waste anybody's time. People have worked hard. They've set up these tents. They've set up their items. And so for me, Hiawatha, I am not going to go somewhere where I am not prepared to buy something. That is what I'm saying.
All right, if you would, we'll pause just for a second. Obviously, I know that's just a mistake. The piece of item, or the piece of business in front of us right now is Center Street Jam Concert Series. It is a keystone component of a thing that we have done for years, trying to promote community fellowship. I did not make the commitment that I was not going to continue doing business. I did not put forward that I was going to pause the city's business to try and hold things up. My stance, and I realize that it's about trying to make sure that we get a good policy. And I echo the Pro Tem's comments and the Pro Tem's sentiment about making sure that we get a policy in place that is fair and is equitable and allows as much commerce as possible. But the specific business item in front of us right now is the Center Street Jam Festival. So what I would like is a motion either to or not to approve the Center Street Jam, or there could be a motion to table it, but that would be tabling it to May 6th, which is after the first one that's scheduled.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the Center Street Jam.
Second.
All right, a motion has been made and seconded to approve the item S, which is a temporary street closure for the Center Street Jam Concert Series. Is there any further discussion on that?
Yes.
Councilman Boyette, and then is there anyone else who would like to queue up?
Just one final note that I think it's important to move forward as the motion and second has been made, because I believe the first Center Street Jam is May the 2nd, and having been familiar with that, the contracts are signed, money's already obligated, and if we, for whatever reason, didn't move forward with that band that's scheduled for May 6th, has to be paid by contract regardless of whether or not we held this. So I'm completely in favor of a vote on the matter before us now, as has been made a motion and a second. That's my comment, Mr. Mayor.
I'm going to go on record and say that if we don't approve this, the jam will still happen. It'll be done differently, but it'll still happen.
Agreed.
They'll have a crowd at the hub. They'll have a concert. They'll do their best to set up tape. That event will still happen. But it is a couple thousand people, and I will just be very honest with you, with everyone in the room. That volume of people crammed into the hub and traffic going by next to it, I feel like is a recipe for a problem. If it was a smaller event, if it was something, I believe that we need to approve this one. I just don't think it's a good decision to host an event of that size and leave it open. So that's my disclaimer on this. But that being said, I'm telling every one of y'all and Mr. Livingston, we gotta have a policy in front of us at our next, at our meeting.
We've committed to that.
I know you have. I'm not hammering on you.
I don't know if it'll make everybody happy, but we're gonna try to get one.
But
A
between
fair,
now and
fair policy. It's gotta be fair, I hear what
It's
you're
gotta
saying.
be so there's been a motion made and seconded. We are currently in the discussion period. Madam Pro Tem, is there anybody else who would like to queue up behind Mayor Pro Tem? And then Councilman White.
So this is gonna be the last thing, but I do want to say that I am in support of the Center Street Jams. I will be there this year volunteering and attending just as I did last year and the year before that. But I cannot, in good faith, vote to approve this street closure. So I do not want you to think I do not support your efforts, because I do. But based on the word of this board and based on all the things that we have done and based on the disapproval of street closures without a policy, I cannot support approving a street closure without one either. So my vote is going to be no for tonight.
Just as a point of clarity, yes. So contracts and everything was already signed before we approved something?
I don't know. That part of it, I can't speak to.
That's just what Councilman.
Right, and I believe that is an assumption, is probably a safe assumption, knowing how large events work. But, yeah, and I can't speak to that.
Okay.
Yes, because Mayor, we're not approving the event, we're simply approving a street closure that we have, the DGDC handles the
But I
event
got a
and the
question about
contract.
the DDTC and the nonprofit side.
All right, Councilman
And the
White.
reason I say that is because they got a loft or an Airbnb that they charge for that we don't see any of the revenue fund from. So I would like to know who are we footing the bill because we saying it's a city event?
The couple points that I think are important. The DGDC, the nonprofit arm, owns the building, pays the taxes on the building, does not charge the city any rent for the building, and has to cash flow the building. And so they cash flow the building with the Airbnb upstairs. Again, they don't charge the city anything for the use of the downstairs space.
We don't charge them for anything that they do for the city. So it's like a trade-off.
Our staff help regulate the Airbnb, right? The staff that we pay.
One final piece, I know we've talked about this
All
long
right.
enough, but there's sponsorship pays for and funds the band. Sponsorship paid into the DGDC, and that organization is what funds the bands that the contracts are signed for.
Okay. And Matt, can you clarify that a little bit? Who actually pays whatever contracts with whoever bands? You know where that?
It's like Councilman Boyette says, there's sponsors that help pay for the bands. There's money that's budgeted for these type of events. It's, I would say that it's more of a public-private partnership designed to, just in general, designed to keep revitalization going in the town, similar to what the Main Street, model does. So, you could slice it up however you looked at it, and how there's going to be some, interplay between those funds, and that's by design. Most of these Main Street ones have a private arm and a public arm, and they work together as a public-private partnership to try to do, because certain things can be done better as a nonprofit, and other things are better handled by the city.
I'm ready to go.
All right, there is a motion that has been made and seconded. Last call for discussion on the motion, which I believe was to approve item S, the Center Street Jam Concert Series temporary street closure request. So with that, not hearing any further discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor of the temporary street closure, please raise your hands. All those opposed, please raise your hands. Motion passes. So item S, temporary street closure has been moving to item T. Chief West, can you please brief us on item T?
Yes, sir. Item T is the 5K for 5P temporary street closing. This application was received. The applicant, Michaela Barfield, is requesting permission to hold a 5K to raise awareness for 5P on Saturday, May 18th, 2024, from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. The race is scheduled to begin at the end of Center Street near Spruce Street, and the event will run through the downtown and residential areas of Goldsboro to include Center Street, Walnut Street, out to Jefferson Street, and Mulberry Street. The race will start and finish in the same area. The time requested for the closure is from 7 a.m. until 11:30 a.m. And it's recommended that council approve the street closings of Center Street at Pine, Spruce, Chestnut, Walnut, and Mulberry from 7 a.m. until 11:30 a.m. on Saturday, May 18th, 2024.
You said from what time? From 7 a.m. to 11:30?
7 a.m. until 11:30 a.m.
Are there any questions, not amongst ourselves, but specifically for Chief West?
Tell me again on Center Street, because we have restaurants serving breakfast downtown, so I just
From
wanna-
7 a.m. until 11:30 a.m. on
Mhm.
Saturday, May 18th, and it'll be Center Street at Pine Street, Spruce Street, Chestnut Street, Walnut Street, and Mulberry Street.
Are there any comments or questions for Chief West? All right, Chief, you can step down if you like, or not, if you're just feeling like you sat down to the deal. It's up to you. Okay. 5K for 5P temporary street closure. This would be on Saturday, May 18th. I would entertain, first of all, I'll leave it open for council conversation, and then I'll express my opinion. Council, any comments or questions on 5K for 5P? Okay. This one to me, but again, this is where we've got to have a policy as opposed to me expressing what I believe is the best practice. I believe that this impacts too many intersections. But I do not have a policy to give me guidance. With the other one, we had precedent. We had something that I believed we could point to as a standard expectation. This one, I've realized the difficulty that what I'm about to say puts them under is Saturday, May 18th. I would entertain a motion to table this one until May 6th so that it can be assessed. It would still need to be assessed under the current policy, but at least under some proper guidance. I don't want this one to get, I don't want it to get rejected unnecessarily. I don't want it to, I think that we will have a policy when there is a little bit of time. That is all council's discretion.
I'll make a motion to table it.
Motion has been made. Is there a second? Hearing none, motion dies. All right, let's discuss. What do we want to do with this one?
My concern is you have brick and mortar stores downtown. They serve breakfast. You're closing their streets. We already have our 2-hour parking. That's taken away their parking spaces. The customers cannot get to the restaurants to eat. And then it's going to take away those parking spaces in those areas for them. It's 7 o'clock in the morning until 11 o'clock, and 11 o'clock starts the rush for their lunch. We said that we're at 85% capacity with our parking at lunch hours is the presentation that was given to us. And so that does not afford the brick and mortar stores much time to get ready for their breakfast or their lunch, individuals coming in.
Council, any other comments or feedback?
We keep changing the rules in the middle of the game. We haven't even stuck to, we went from approving something based on what we think and what we feel. That's why we should not make decisions based on what we think and what we feel. We should base decisions off policy. So that way it wouldn't matter. We wouldn't have to ask any of these questions. We wouldn't have to make any of these assumptions. We would take this checklist and say, does it check that? Does it check that? Does it check that? Approve it. Does it check that? Disapprove it. We're changing the rules again. We changed it on that first one that we disapproved. We changed it because what it says is, because we know it's a city event, we're going to go ahead and give them the pass through. Now let them people run. People been running downtown for as long as I remember closing them streets. It may not be this particular organization. And then again, we can't punish people because a business owner decided to come downtown. That was a personal choice that they made. And I support it. And I don't think for a second, ain't no event gonna stop me from getting to the laughing hour or the ice storm when I wanna get to it. And I do not think that people running for 2 hours is gonna stop us from going into our restaurants. We just gotta be consistent and pick a side. We just approved Center Street. Y'all have no reason to not approve this closure right here. You have no reason to not approve it other than personal preference. And that's not how we make decisions at the city. That's not what we're here for, to base it on how we feel personally. We need to base decisions on policy.
Ms. Weeks?
We didn't have parking restrictions in place back then, and also we have got more and more businesses opening for restaurant and for lunch hours. And again, those are the brick and mortar shops that are paying to be downtown, paying employees overhead. They're paying workers' comp. We need to honor those businesses. We're trying to get more activity for these businesses downtown, and I do not think that we should deter that by taking away with the street closures. And I think it has to be on a per basis.
Based on what though? We don't have a criteria.
Well, hold on. We have a queue going for comments. And Mr. Boyette, you had reserved a spot, and then Mr. White, if you'd like to.
I was actually going to make a motion, but I will make a comment. This particular instance, to me, if you have someone that wants to patronize downtown during the time that the few hours that the road run is going on, just like if someone wants to come to Center Street Jam, they know they can't park in the 200 block of South Center Street because it's not open. They park elsewhere and walk around to it or whatever. So in my mind, Again, I view this as a public, it's a road run down a road. I view it as a public event in my mind, and I don't have an issue with this particular event, me personally. I don't see that if our policy that we're going to put forth, I don't think, in my mind, I wouldn't hesitate to support this and look at it outside of what this policy is going to be regulating in terms of retail business. And I still am of the opinion that very soon there's going to be a policy put forth on everything else that we're talking about that everybody's going to be happy with. Merchants, folks that want to do retail business. I believe we're going to get there with a policy to regulate that. But again, these two items and the Juneteenth presentation, those, to me, I don't look at those the same. I view that as for the public good, the benefit of the public, to come to downtown for those purposes.
So even if she has, because we don't know how many people she's going to have.
If you would. Councilmember White,
Okay.
I believe, had asked for the floor next, and then.
Mr. Mayor, if we was willing to, I ain't saying we are, but if we were willing to entertain putting this one off until we have a policy, I don't understand why we couldn't put the other one on.
I'm ready to vote.
Ms. Weeks, did you have?
Well, I was just saying, and I'm hoping the race is successful for her, but let's pretend like she just has 10 people running the race. I'm just using that for an example. We've shut down not one street, but many streets. And again, we did not have the parking restrictions in place. So you would shut down all these different streets for just 5 people or 10 people running, and then taking away the parking and the brick and mortars are open for breakfast and for lunch. You would close the city streets for that.
All right. Any other comments or questions for 5K for 5P? Oh, no. We know?
Do we know what 5P stands for, Chief? Did she tell us?
Okay.
I'll have to Google it. I looked at the permit. I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So with
I
that,
got a
we,
question.
yes,
If-
ma'am.
If a motion dies, because I don't know that part of parliamentary. If a motion dies because we did not have a second, if it was reinstated, could we reinstate?
Absolutely. You can make this, you can make the same motion.
Huh? Yeah, reinstate.
I would like to make a motion to table this event, so we have a policy in place.
I'll,
Can I reinstate that?
I would say that these folks, they need to know, I don't want to say until there is a policy, I want to say until the May 6th.
Well, we're supposed to have the policy.
Well,
Yeah.
true, but I
That's what I was thinking.
I specifically want to be able to take it up.
Okay, can I make a motion, please? Table this until the May 6th meeting.
Motion's been made, is there a second?
I'm a
I'll make
second.
Oh,
We're not gonna let it
Okay.
die this time.
All right,
I'll
motion,
second.
motion has been made and seconded to table this until the May 6th meeting. Is there any further debate on the motion?
Did we consider if 5P got some contracts that they gotta pay? We haven't made none of those same considerations that we considered for the event before this one. Not one time did anybody consider or care that these folks may have something. Their event is right around the corner too. Because I also want y'all to remember, we make the rules. You keep talking about this May 6th meeting. If we wanted to have a meeting, as long as it meets within our announcement, we can have a meeting Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We don't have to wait. I'm just telling y'all, stand by your own word. Stand by your own words. We keep playing and playing with these people. It's not fair to them. It's not fair to those people. And I'm willing for either of y'all could address me with what you're saying if you want to.
All right, let's avoid this getting, let's avoid this getting personal. Let's avoid this getting personal. Ms. Taylor,
I just have
you
a
have the
question about my
floor.
motion, that's all. So if we get a policy before the May 6th meeting, can we call a special meeting like Brandy suggested?
Yes.
Okay. So do I need to revise my motion to say that? To add that in, or what do I need?
If the option to, if that is an option that the board is interested in considering, then we can, you of course can withdraw your motion, or you can amend your motion and say that to be taken up as soon as a policy is available, something like that.
Okay.
Ron, am I correct in that? If she withdraws,
Right now, you have a motion on the floor.
Right.
Table, and you have a second. So right
Right.
now, that's what you have.
I got to dispose of that motion, yes, but as part of the discussion on that motion, she has a point of information.
So if she wants to amend her motion, she can amend her motion.
Right.
And at this point, of course, it's still your agenda, it's going to be put on the 6th. If you have a policy before the 6th, then the policy can be considered on the 6th.
Right.
Still, the first race isn't until the May, it's not the race until May 18th.
Right.
Okay, so this is not going to be voted on, or it has to be voted on before May the 6th.
Right.
I'm not sure what the amendment is being asked to be done. So I'm sorry.
The specific question, and again, this was just a point of information, was if she were to amend the motion, instead of saying a date certain, May 6th, instead say as soon as a policy is available, would that then free us up to be able to take it up in a special call meeting or something like that, as opposed to a date certain, which of course is a date certain.
You can have, because this is not a public hearing, it doesn't require advertising, you can have it put on an agenda. Somebody can ask that it be put on prior to May the 6th.
Right.
That's the request.
Okay.
So you don't have to do that in this situation.
Okay.
If it's a public hearing, you continue it, then you're not having to advertise it again, which is all those kind of rules, because that has to be a date certain.
Right.
This does not have to be.
I was just using terminology.
Sure, but I think it just gives definition into the fact that you don't have to do that. It can be tabled to the 6th. You decide to put on prior to that because of a special call meeting, then you can actually decide at that particular moment.
Right. Okay.
So Mayor,
yes, Matt.
just a quick question, and as for the whole board, it's, in drafting this policy, and I know this is kind of a loaded question, but what are you looking for within this policy that would help you think that it's a worthwhile policy.
And I'll just remind, please do silence your phone. Council,
If you can give us some direction, then, maybe that'll help us bring forward something that's going to be more palatable and going the direction that we want it to go in as an entire council.
I'll offer this. And I was going to try and get some suggestions on the table instead of just kind of opening up. However, that's the right question. We have, actually Ms. Getz did a fair amount of research trying to find other communities and how they do it. Looked at Raleigh, looked at Apex, looked at a number of them. And some have criteria. If your event is of a certain size, then no street closure application can be permitted without overruling. So if you have an event that's slightly larger, then a application for one block that is a non-commercialized block. If it's slightly bigger than that, it can be, you get the idea. So there's a very prescriptive sort of style. Then you have others that have a 12-page document that basically says, council, you approve it if you want to, but if you approve it, here's all the different things. Here's your tent safety, here's your whatever. And so what I would offer to council is that if we want to be on the more prescriptive end of this, to be able to say, here's a threshold for if you want to be able to get a block of classification A or whatever else, then we do need to say what we want those metrics to be. I've certainly tried to pull something together, but again, there's a lot of room for interpretation, and ultimately, we are the policymakers, and it just comes down to us trying to find a best balance. So I'm going to ask you, now that you've had a chance to kind of digest that question, what is a reasonable metric that members of council would like to see in a policy so that we can hopefully get something in everyone's inboxes quickly and reasonably as possible?
Mayor, can I make a suggestion? How about we have the staff mail out, or email, each council member, a policy from a few different cities.
Right.
And they can see those things in writing, and consider that, and they can respond back independently.
Sure.
To the city manager as to preferences each of you have. Then they will have guidance at that point, independently and separately, that they can then try to look at incorporating into a policy that would satisfy particular concerns. I would suggest, sorry, I may be out of line, but maybe each council member, when they respond back, may highlight and say, these are my top concerns.
Right.
And that, again, gives them guidance that they can see and then sort of collate, determine a policy to try to satisfy those concerns as much as possible.
Right.
I think I could see endless discussions as it continues to take place.
Absolutely, and I do want to bring this to a close, but I just want council to think about it, and I'll take your advice, Ron. I'll withdraw my question, but I just want to put out for council, be thinking about what your thresholds or what your metrics need to be, because this is not a one size fits all thing when you look at different municipalities around the state, and ultimately we're going to have to figure out what specific thresholds and metrics we want. So with that, there is a motion on the table, and Holly, I wish I could put you on the spot to read back to me what exactly it was, but I know it was seconded. Do you remember?
I believe it was still to just table it to May 6th meeting.
Okay.
I don't believe it was ever actually amended.
Okay. So the motion on the table right now, or the motion before us right now, is to table it until May 6th. If you would like to amend that to, until such time as a policy is available, you can do that. If you'd like to withdraw it, you can do that. Or you can leave it alone, and as chair of this thing, I will dispose of the motion.
Okay, so I will amend my motion to say that I want to table this until the May 6th meeting, unless the policy is in place before then I would like to call a special meeting to vote.
Okay. Motion has been made. As that was slightly amended, can I get a refreshed second?
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jones. So we have a motion, and a motion that's been seconded to table this until such time, either May 6th or a policy is available for review, in which case we would call a special call meeting, just to incorporate all of that into the actual conversation. So with that, is there any further discussion on that?
I wanted to share what 5P actually is.
Now's a good time.
Okay, so this is actually, if my research was correct, and I appreciate the person who helped me out here. 5P minus society is a syndrome, is a chromosome deletion disorder resulting in a wide spectrum of intellectual and developmental abilities. And it affects approximately 50 to 60 children that are born with this particular syndrome. I don't want to try to pronounce the syndrome, CRIDU chat syndrome. So these individuals will likely need a lifetime of support. Our society is a support organization that works diligently to spread awareness of this syndrome and provides valuable information, education, and support for the families, educators, and medical professions that work with this particular syndrome that affects our children.
Okay, may I say something?
Yes, Ms. Jones.
Okay, just in closing, I want to make it very clear, I don't have a problem with closing the street for this particular event. But I do think that we as a council need to take a look and put in policy that affects each closing because they are different. And so we need to look, you know, we just can't say, well, we're not going to close it for this, but we're going to close it for this, and we're not going to, but whenever we do our policy, that we need to take a look at everything and put it down in writing so that we will never have to go through this again.
Yes, ma'am. Any other comments, feedback from council? I'll offer this, if it's any consolation, which it won't be. Looking at, or having spoken to a number of different mayors about this, when their main streets rose to the point of having this debate, it was this real there as well. What we're doing shows that we are trying to figure out a way to properly regulate this thing. I pray that we as a council can continue to keep things, you know, don't let it get personal. Let's focus on policy. Let's focus on trying to make sure that we are putting something in front of the council and in front of the citizens that can be used and can work for the majority. That's the best we can do. So there's been a motion that's been made, seconded, to table the motion until such time as a policy is available for review or the May 6th meeting, whichever comes first. I believe debate has been closed on that. So with that, we will move to the vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. All opposed? Did you get a count?
Not really.
Okay.
Do it one more time for me.
All right. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. All opposed? And then we have an abstention, I believe.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure for Holly that we have an accurate count. Okay.
You can't have an abstention.
Do what?
If they don't vote,
It's a yes.
Right. That was my intent.
Okay, understood. I just want to make sure that for the minutes that things are recorded. All right.
Can I make a statement? One itty bitty.
No, we're going to keep moving to this next thing, the city manager's report, and then we'll have mayor and council member comments. And I'm going to save my future comments there. I'd like to keep us moving past this one, if that's okay. All right, we've satisfied each item under items requiring individual action. Mr. Livingston, I believe I'm correct in that?
Yes.
All right, so with that, we will move into the city manager's report. Mr. Livingston, if you would.
Real quick, Mayor and Council, just a few things to update you on, and the Mayor's going to talk about the performance audit. Got some good news there. I'm working on the transmittal letter for the audit. That means that right there at near the finish line, the staff has given the auditor everything that they need to basically, try to get them to complete what they need to complete. They'll be coming on site here to take a look at the extended employee benefits and some of that kind of auditing part of it. And budget-wise, we're in the middle of the budget process in the sense that, we've looked at our revenues, we see where we're at with our expenditures. We're 14.5 million over budget right now, but we're working with staff on capital projects and other things to kind of make the necessary reductions to help us balance that budget. On April 19th, we have to send a letter to the consultants, CDM Smith, on our preferred path for the wastewater reclamation center. And we have gone to several of these meetings, myself, the mayor, some, and obviously Bert Sherman and the rest of our staff, and Councilman Boyette was there. Our position on this is that until they get more specificity in any type of, water and sewer authority, without any kind of explanation of what that would look like, how the voting structure would work, how and if the city would be compensated for any of our assets, our position is that we believe in a merger that's where we're the regional provider, as we are now, but under a merged system where the other municipalities and the counties would be a part of our system. So I need to write a letter on that, and what I'm asking you is, are you okay with saying we're not really comfortable with a water and sewer authority board right now? We prefer it the way it is right now, with us being the regional provider.
So with that, Matt, would you like a vote of council to be able to do this? Obviously, you could write a letter in your capacity as city manager, but would you like a vote from council?
I would, Mayor, because it kind of really shows the, it's not that, I don't think that we're opposed to the principle of a water and sewer authority board, but without knowing what the structure is, how many votes we'd have, how the transfer of our authority would go, and how we'd be compensated, if at all. So I just think there's too much unknown, so I would like the board to vote on this, to say, yes, we're not comfortable with that right now. We prefer the option of us being the, what we call is a Raleigh model, where for example, in the city of Raleigh and all the cities in Wake County, they're all underneath a merged system where Raleigh provides the water and sewer. And, they don't lose that authority of the water and sewer.
Mayor.
All right, if
Do you want a formal vote or just a head nod?
I'd like a formal vote.
I'm trying to think through this as we go, because one, it's not an agenda item, and two, every member of council has not been briefed on it. Every member of council hasn't been. It's been a thing that has been discussed. Obviously, commissioners have been engaged in it. There's been a number of different emails and briefings on it, but there's not been a formal presentation to council on this.
Can I say a head nod then? Would you?
So that's what I'm going to ask. Go ahead.
The response or the recommendation from the group is that the city responds with their preference by April 19th.
I know.
Okay, so we don't have really time between now and April 19th to have any additional discussion as far as that goes to support Matt in writing the letter. Just writing the letter doesn't definitively make the decision
of council.
Right. Okay, but it gives the support that council is behind Mr. Livingston in making that request, that Goldsboro be the one that controls that system. Otherwise, Goldsboro's assets will be turned over to that authority. Right. And again, the compensation, we don't know what that would be. Don't know what that would look like. And then who would be actually in the authority to operate this system either.
Maybe.
All right. Any comments of Mr. Boyette, and then Ms. Taylor? Did you have? All right, Mr. Boyette, and then.
My comment would be, so we're not making a motion, my comment would be simply to say to the manager, you have my full support and head nod towards the Raleigh Model 4A recommendation. That would be what I would be happy with you doing. And I will do that in the form of a head nod, not an official vote.
But we're going to be, so there's no, it's 9:30. We're at the end of an agenda. Obviously, we could amend the agenda and add this, but then we got to find someone to do the presentation, rather quickly to explain what this is. And as much as I've certainly made up my mind, as mayor, I've been in a little bit of a different position to be able to hear some of these things. So, with that, Matt, is there a presentation or a document that you could share with us or pull together with us that if we did pull together another meeting that we could do?
One thing, Mayor, is that if we just couch the letter as this is the city's preferred method right now, it doesn't really tie us into anything. That's all they're asking, what your preference is. And I don't see how we cannot say that our preference isn't
to keep our stuff.
Yeah, without any other explanation from them. That's why without any kind of details, I really don't feel like this board or anybody could make any really informed decision. So I really kind of feel like they've put us in a position where, okay, we just want to know if these other ones will say, because none of the other municipalities have said that they do not want a system like Raleigh or a full merge system. They've just said they prefer a water and sewer authority board, and I think the reason why they prefer that is because they probably feel like they'd have more, I guess, more say in the matter with things, which is understandable because, they're smaller entities, and they wouldn't want to have to, kind of feel like they have to do whatever we tell them to do, although that's not what's been the case anyway, because we're just processing their sewer for them right now. We're not controlling their growth, and we're not suggesting that we're going to control their growth. I think it's more of a
So with that, I have a question for council. Because I tried to make sure that I give everyone up here the opportunity to express themselves appropriately. Does council feel comfortable voting on this? I can tell you, I feel very strongly it needs to be the city-led model. Matt is telling you he believes it should be the city-led model. But you don't have to take my word for it. You can vote against me and I won't get offended. But does council feel comfortable looking at this?
So is this saying that means I want to keep our stuff?
Pretty much.
Because I can support keeping our stuff, but I don't know
comfortable.
all the other lingo and the verbiage that has been thrown out. But I want to keep our stuff.
And of course it is more complicated than that. I don't want you to ever feel like I've pulled the wool over your eyes or tried to sneak something through at the last second. In essence, as Matt was eloquently discussing, the differences in basically your water authorities is either you have kind of like anyone familiar with Jacksonville, you're familiar with OWASA, Onslow Water and whatever, and sewer district, whatever it is, OWASA.
Yeah,
that would be a separate board. And each individual piece of the county or a piece of the different municipalities would get to appoint someone to that board, and then that board would be the regional authority. And of course, how you develop the bylaws of that board and the authority of that board gets to say, if you still have the ability to, use it for annexation or whatever else. But nonetheless, it's a separate independent board. The city-led model, or in this case, the Raleigh-led model, is one where that the municipality who has all of the stuff retains most of the authority. Now, I'll be full disclosure with you. Mount Olive also owns a fair amount of stuff, and Fremont also owns a smaller amount of stuff. And I think that as long as I'm sitting in this chair, I'm going to do what I need to do to promote that Mount Olive and Fremont and Pikeville also need to make sure that they have a seat at the table with us to do this, because we need a water system that services all of this county that can grow. And that's probably an incredibly weak 90-second explanation, but it's an attempt.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Okay, well, if we're comfortable, I will entertain a motion to vote. Ron, do we need to amend the agenda to have an item here, or can we just vote as part of the city manager's report?
So if somebody makes a motion, you've added it to the agenda. It's your
All right.
agenda.
Just making sure.
Okay. Well, I say yours, it's the council's agenda. So
Okay.
it has now been discussed, it's been made part of the agenda. If you decide to make a motion, then you can do that.
All right.
I'll make that motion.
All right.
I would make a motion that, to approve or authorize our interim city manager, Matt Livingston, to write a letter before April 19th, expressing the city's intent to be supportive of the 4A/Raleigh model of the regional merger feasibility study. How's that?
All right, motion's been made and seconded to authorize the interim manager to write a letter promoting plan, what was the number?
4A.
4A, just to consolidate it. Is there a second? You seconded, Ms. Taylor seconded. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed, same sign. All right, motion passes. All right, is there anything further in your report? All right. We'll now move into mayor and council member comments. It is the second meeting of the month, and so we'll begin with Councilman White, and then I will close with my comments. Councilman White, the floor is yours.
Mayor, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just like to continue to celebrate our kids. I know Goldsboro High has been here for the last 2 times, but it's open to any school and any child who has achieved. So don't think it's just exclusive to Goldsboro High School. We want to celebrate all our kids who are doing well in our education system. Mr. Mayor, I would like to see at some point on the agenda the agreement with Friends and Seymour and where we stand as the way ahead for Seymour, and what are the deliverables that we're asking at this point from Crossroads strategy, and as well as are we going to ever get a seat as a council member, being a voice, a voting member on the Friends of Seymour. The market, I came to the market on last week. It was a great event. I spoke to every vendor that was there, and we had vendors come as far as Greensboro, and I actually got to go in some of the shops that I hadn't been in on Mulberry Street, especially the paint shop. I really like that vibe in there. And then lastly, it's a great time to partner with our families and friends at Seymour. Now that the soldier members are gone, there are things that we take for granted that they don't know how to do because their spouse have been doing it, i.e. if the male is a spouse and they got daughters, they're probably baffled in the morning about trying to do hair. Things that we just take for granted, battery changes and that thing, so we need to reach out to them to make a connection and a partnership to make sure that their lives are as good as possible as can be until their spouses return. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilman Wicks?
I wanted to read just a brief short letter that I received from a young girl. God allows no pain without purpose. He uses pain to dispense power. His power can rest upon you only when you've abandoned the idea that you're big enough to do it alone. But we are not big enough. We will not make it without depending utterly upon Him. She wrote me that note, and I read through it many times today because I don't understand her death. And she's one of the 4 that we lost over the weekend. We've had an uptick, and several of those deaths have just really hit me hard this weekend. And so what I want to say to our community is if you want help, there is help. Don't let any social media page, anybody tell you that this council does not care about you and that there's not help out there for you. If you want to go to a rehab, if you want to go to a detox, we will get you there. I will personally get you there. And so I just want you to know that you're loved, you're valued, and we've got to stop being so judgmental, and we've got to start loving on people and meeting them right where they are and not where we think they should be. And then my last statement is to the drug dealers. This is not over. With community support and prayer, we will be relentless in your pursuit.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Pro Tem?
No comment, Mayor, thank you.
Councilwoman?
I mess up on the comments, but what I would like to say is that I did go to the downtown market as well and talk with the vendors. And it was interesting data. And also, my thoughts and prayers are with the families of the 4 people that passed away since Friday. Seems like we've had one a day since then. All but one of them I did know, and so that kind of hits close to home. The last thing is, Rodney, I just want you to know I hear your concerns, and I'm concerned as well. That's it.
A couple things. I've received a number of phone calls the last couple of weeks or so, and communication, email, etc., with our citizens expressing concern over what I would categorize as just simply code enforcement issues, with neighbors having issues with various things. And I just want to point out to our citizens that we have an easy way to report that information, and rather than to tell you something you got to write down a long web address, I would simply just say, if you will Google City of Goldsboro 311, that's easy to remember, City of Goldsboro 311, that'll take you directly to the city's webpage to where you can report issues. There's a drop-down box to where you can pick, is it a code enforcement issue or is it a trash issue or whatever. And we encourage our citizens to report through that channel those issues, because they do go to, they're directed to the departments that they need to go to. You can also, as some have, you can continue to reach out to each member of council individually and express your concerns as well. But by all means, please know that that reporting mechanism for things of that nature is very easy to access and do on a mobile device as well as your computer. Just, if you remember, just Google City of Goldsboro 311 and it'll take you or show you a link right to that page. A couple of other things, and I know that I'm not the only council member here that's not been busy the last few weeks, because we've all crossed paths with one another, attended events with one another, and there's been a handful of things going on the last few weeks, and a lot of good events and a lot of positive things going on. But one in particular I want to shine on for a minute. And all of my years as law enforcement officer and attending police academy graduations and things of that nature, including my own many years ago, I had the great fortune for the first time ever of attending the City of Goldsboro Fire Academy graduation. That was a very neat and moving event. We, I believe, graduated 8 cadets that are now a part of our Goldsboro Fire Department, as the fire department and Chief Stempian is trying to staff his department back up, as Chief West with the police department is diligently working towards that goal as well. So it was a great evening for public safety, and instead of me looking at the blue side of things, it was a great honor to be there and participate in the red side of things. And I thoroughly enjoyed the invitation and being a part of that and getting to see those cadets get sworn in. It was a great thing. Lastly, as always, I'd like to continue to thank our hardworking city employees, everyone. You're appreciated and noticed and valued. And please don't think that we don't see you and appreciate you. And I don't never want to miss an opportunity to say that to all of our employees. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Jones?
Yes, I don't want to reiterate what I said during the during the work session regarding the unhoused. I want to thank this council for agreeing to meet with individuals to talk to us about what we can do about unhoused 3 years ago, I did ask that we look at the buildings, U2 with Cherry Hospital, to see what we could do to help the unhoused to be located there. I did also talk about there are several houses that are not torn down, that if we could come up with some money, that we could really help the unhoused locate there as well. We have to do something, and I'm not gonna get off that soapbox because I've already said that at 5 o'clock. I too have been very touched with the deaths. I didn't know any of them personally, but I have worked with the unhoused doing the clothing and meals side, not the administrative side, but providing meals and clothing for the unhoused. And I really want us to really work, and I do challenge the churches to please help us. We are a city, we need to work together, and we can work this out. And I'm looking forward to that discussion. The second thing is I really enjoyed the town and state dinner. I enjoyed being with my fellow council individuals, as well as having it here in Goldsboro, because I always go to Raleigh. And it was so nice to drive 1 block and see all of the legislators that I worked with for years. As a impact chair, I got to meet and talk with them again, and it was really great, and I hope that we continue it. Please, let's do that. Then third, I did enjoy the Fire Academy graduation. The impact of the fire department in my area has really been great. Chief Stepien has been excellent. The way he handled the fire on Virginia Street with that family, that 2-story home, was just commendable. And every time I see him, I know there have been other fires since then, but every time I see him, I'm still thanking him, for helping them and getting them out. And then lastly, I would like to thank Rick and Octavius. I have been working with a constituent on Hooks River Road to get the blue line ditch. She was just flooded. And I was working with code enforcement, and they told me it was a blue line and that we had to wait, we had to go and do this. And then I heard from Octavius 3 days ago, and he says, I took care of it in 1 day. So it doesn't matter who took care of it. The most important thing that it was done, and she is happy. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. So my comments, as is tradition, I'm not going to repeat, some very thoughtful comments. I'm not going to drag those things out, but I echo so many of the sentiments, so I'll focus on my own particular comments. I appreciate the work of our planning department, our planning director. Earlier today, having a conversation with representatives, or with a representative from the Global Transport Economic Development Region and Wayne County Development Alliance about what we can do. Of course, our interim city manager being there as well, talking about what we can do to make sure that our planning department is as responsive and effective as possible for being able to move projects through that are, maybe involve the state or involve the county, which will also help us move ones through that just simply involve us. Because I appreciate their willingness to work. Mr. Sherman, I appreciate your willingness this past week to help as we were looking through a very difficult bid situation, and making sure that we understood exactly what we were doing and why, and being able to make a good, informed decision following our standard protocols. And I respect that. It was a difficult moment, but I think that we handled ourselves appropriately. We discussed earlier this week, everyone of course is familiar with Lumos that's been going around town. In a few years, we're going to be really, really grateful for the high-speed fiber that they're bringing to every corner of the city of Goldsboro. But right now, there's some frustration over streets and different holes that they're leaving. And we had a wonderful conversation with them late last week about our expectations of their subcontractors, and they were they were disappointed in their subcontractor. I think they're going to be a phenomenal community partner, bless you. And I'm so grateful that they're here, and I'm grateful for their responsiveness and their receptiveness whenever we were saying that there were some things that we needed to see a little bit differently, because we've got to be able to stand up for, of course, the people who end up having to drive through that pothole every day. Speaking of folks that came to town to meet with us, we had a representative from Tom Tillis's office come into town earlier. Actually, it was late last week as well. Just kind of talk through what the priorities for the city of Goldsboro are, what are things that we need that the senator's office might be able to help us through. Of course, Congressman Nickel has been incredibly receptive to the needs of the city of Goldsboro, helping to get some funds directed our way that will be used. And Senator Tillis just putting it out there, he is the same way. He's directed his office to make sure that there's things that are the city of Goldsboro that impact us on a federal level, as y'all know, that we're going to be able to move forward on. Same can be said for for Representative Davis's office. Again, another huge ally. I so appreciate their time, and we'll actually be hosting Senator Budd's office in a couple weeks, something like that. Yeah, in a couple weeks. So I really appreciate all of the work that's going into making sure that we're touching as many bases as possible so that folks know who we are. And lastly, and I have to be a little bit careful because they haven't put out their public release yet, but I want the public to know we met with the North Carolina State Auditor earlier today in the conference room over in the mayor's office. Ms. Holmes had members of her staff with us, and they have, of course, the performance audit is the specific thing we were talking about, and that's the thing with all the different issue sheets that we worked through and responded to, and we're here until 3 in the morning making sure that we were being thorough and thoughtful and accurate in our responses. And it is their opinion that there's no further action necessary on that performance audit. And so what they will be doing is they're going to, of course, continue watching. They want to make sure that we make good on the things that we said we're going to do, which is to get our financial audits turned in June, and then the one for 2024, on time, October, November, doing things the way that we're supposed to do things. But it is their status that they will not be issuing a report on that performance audit, and they look forward to closing the book on that one, which is just a unbelievable accomplishment and really does speak to the work that has happened in the city of Goldsboro to try and implement policy and get us to where that we're operating like an organization of our stature should be. So with that, I'm going to close. If there is nothing forward to come, or nothing further, if there's nothing further to come before the council for this evening, interim manager, anything else? All right, so with that, we stand adjourned.